Oh, and we're back. Yo, Aizawa, thanks so much for the tier 3 sub, man. Really appreciate it. Okay, so this is the final stream of 999. I'm going to aim to finish it tonight, and the next time you see me will be on. Well, I'm actually not entirely sure. I might have to use the weekend to focus purely on writing, but ideally, the next time you see me will be Saturday. If that is not the case, I'll let you know. But our next stream is going to be another visual novel stream, so if you enjoyed 999, I highly suggest you also tune into the next stream. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get started. Okay, let's start with the usual. Look at the door. At the end of that passageway is a door with the Neptune symbol engraved on it. Okay. Looking for a key with a mark of Neptune. Well, I'm glad those two are together. This is a lot of books, but some are very clearly embolded. Transition of extinct species? Paleontology. Okay. Theory of evolution. Yep, you got it. Okay, this one. A lot of nature here, huh? Okay. Hippie chicks? I mean, sure. I mean, yeah, think about it. You are put into a situation where you are not trusting other people as much as you would normally. I mean, there's a lot of pressure, right? To escape alive, you're presented information that seems that only a few people can survive. You see the facts, like people want to get at you, and your brother seems to be dead, very likely, and well, things kind of lined up to seem as if two people killed your brother, right? And if things worked out perfectly, your brother would have been dead. It just didn't be. It just wasn't the case, right? So, I understand how that came about and why she did it. Do I agree with it? No, but to me, that's not unrealistic. That's just people cracking under the pressure. That's the whole point of this kind of experiment that we're on. In fact, 9 years ago, right? This was an experiment with other participants, and then they mentioned how there was a famous science experience with... Oh man, I am super tired. You can hear it in my voice. There was a famous science experiment with rats and how they were trying to see if they could find an exit in the darkness, right? And if you still remember that one, pretty much as generations evolved for the rats, they found out that, hey, the exit was in the maze, and it ended up being a lot faster for people to find the exit. Jesus, I'm so tired. Okay, so just give me a quick second. I'm gonna drink more tea because that was pretty poor. Oh man, I did not expect to be this tired. Okay. Okay, let's take a look again. I mean, if you remember the story, I don't think it's too hard to see Clover doing that. Yeah, I'll try to get as much sleep as I can. Honestly, it's kind of funny how how frequent, I keep forgetting how important sleep is. Like, I've been getting 6 hours isn't like god awful, but I've been getting less than or equal to 6 hours of sleep pretty often, and then I don't feel its effects. I don't feel the effects of sleep deprivation. I'm not aware of it until I start writing, and then I start missing tons and tons of words, or like my grammar is all over the place, or I can't form cohesive thoughts, and then you start to notice, oh shit, I probably didn't sleep much, right? Yeah, sleep is super important, man. What was it again? Something like when daylight savings or daylight hours switch over, there is an increased chance of heart attack. Something like even just within that 1 hour difference, people are more stressed. I mean, that's kind of obvious because you gotta change your time schedule, but the fact that increased heart attack, really, just from 1 hour change, that kind of shows how much sleep is important to you. And then, like, how many... What is the world record for staying awake at a time? It's something ridiculous, but you can actually start hallucinating if you don't get enough sleep. So, like, if there's anything you can take away from what I'm saying, please take care of yourself and get some rest. I think I'm a pretty good example of that too. Not the good example as in follow my behavior. I'm a bad example as in don't do what I do. Wow, thanks, Gray. Wow! Everyone just bullies me, man. Everyone calls me the bully, but I'm actually the victim here. Huh, so a book that stands out because of the subject matter. I guess that's the goal. Okay. You haven't missed much. We pretty much just started. Regeneration of internal organs. Okay, now we're hitting sort of like pseudo-technology. Or science, I guess. Dissection Atlas? Huh. Ugh. Okay. Okay, so is this entire wall just one click? Clicking up here? Okay, so it's split into 4, I think. Top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. What is this? Powerful light bulb. Okay. Okay, so now top right. Mind swap. Teletemporation and telepathy. What the hell? Teletemporation? Far something. So what's temporation mean? Temporal. I guess that makes sense. Okay. Kitab al-Azif? Huh? Okay. It's said to be one of the sources used in the creation of the legendary Book of the Dead. Oh, what the? Yeah, this is definitely a mixture of science and pseudoscience and cult-like stuff and and medical knowledge, I guess. Oh, this is because we're close to the final ending, I believe. Even if we're not close to the final ending, it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna try to finish the game tonight. And Enjo, hey man, how you doing? Whew. Okay, I hope I fully wake up within an hour. I'm still hella groggy. Okay, so this is the bottom right section. So top left, top right. Yeah. That should be the case. So I've checked. I feel like what the? I actually didn't know that was a thing. Oh boy, that's a lot to look at. Light to the books. Okay, lights to the book, okay. Okay, so I guess you shine the light on books that pop up with letters on them and it'll give me a message. I took a little bit of a nap just to prepare for a long night. So, I don't know what that space does, because when I hit space, it just auto does whatever. Okay. Wait, this is the... Huh? How? Isn't it the exact same section as over here? What the? No, so I was looking at that... Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3. Then there's the back. So I was clearly looking at this section the entire time. Correct, because I recall these books. Okay, so this is the section I was looking at. No, it was not. Oh, it's because it's a circle. Okay, so the books from one side share with the other. That's why I was getting confused. Okay. What in the world? Is there a D in here? There is, yes. They're here, though. Would I even have the appropriate... Oh, just open, so I guess we'll just do that. How about that? Okay, I'll take it. Oh, man. Where would I plug this in? Huh. Okay, so this entire section here, just for that? The top and bottom, there we go. Quantum gravity. Supersymmetric string theory and 10-dimensional spacetime. Oh, yeah, you got me lost. It says that all elements of the universe are governed by the vibrations and harmonics of tiny supersymmetric strings. All elements. Okay. Cosmic inflation. Oh, even a top counts here? Okay, so now... That was bottom left, right? No, it wasn't. What section of that was? So it's the bottom right, so now I'll do top right. Which I've already done. Okay, so now top left. I recognize these. So that means that the bottom left I've done as well, correct? Yes. Okay, so now... Move to the right. So this means that this left section I've already seen, correct? Correct. Alright, so it's just the right section over here. Okay. Almost there, man. I feel like I had a question I wanted to ask the chat. I'm gonna try to remember what it was again. Okay, tell me more. Native Americans, okay. What does it say? Nothing that I understand, but I guess we'll use the light on it and see what happens. Seven, what? Okay, it doesn't function that way. I wouldn't assume this doesn't work either. Okay, got it. Cultural heritage of Rome, okay. Ah, I get it. So even Snake, as knowledgeable as he is, didn't have anything to comment about it. Ugh, okay. Slowly waking up. Ugh, man. Maybe I should jog in place or something. Kind of reminds me of that time when I was competing at EVO, and I did not sleep well, which is always the worst feeling to have when you're going to actually compete. You're not awake, you're not ready. Like, your body feels disconnected from your head. You can't think about the appropriate solution. Oh my god, it was terrible. I can tell you all the bad things that happened in Vegas, and I was like, why did this happen on the most important day of competing? So anyway, it really mattered to me, competing, right? And doing well at EVO, because you spend money to get there, obviously. So I had to run around the entire venue just to wake up, because it was that bad for me. And I played on stream. Luckily I won, no problem there. I did get out of pools for both games I entered. So exercise can certainly jog the memory. And jog the memory? Oh my god. See? That's how tired. You know what? I'm gonna jog in place right now. Jesus, it's that bad. Okay, hang on. Oh my. Whew. Okay, yeah. Out of curiosity, how many of you guys actually play competitive games or something? I guess that would be a question I'll ask while I'm actually exercising. Just give me an honest second, because I cannot believe I am so out of it right now. sure I want to do push-ups. I'm just jogging in place. I guess I'll read? Read while jogging in place? That's a little bit weird. I mean, yeah, currently or used to, it's fine. I mean, I used to play like card games too. I really enjoyed like the social aspect of it. Honestly, that's one of the main reasons why I like competitive games. It's not to win, it's to talk with people and like engage in strategic theory and yada yada. It's fun to me. I like thinking critically about things and seeing if my ideas function well. It's like I'm practicing a skill set that I really admire, you know? Competitively being I mean, I guess you can make competition out of anything. What was like the weirdest competitive thing that I learned about recently? Well, I mean, it's not the weirdest thing, but apparently cricket is very popular. I didn't know that. I was like, what is cricket? Cricket is apparently, I mean, I think most of you already know, right? So it's a British game where there's a racket, a ball. I don't know how to describe all the rules, but there's like a weird fence thing that you hit. And it was obviously very popular in Britain, but it spread out due to colonization. And it became extremely popular also in India. And now, I think it was in 2015 or something, that cricket had... It was some absurd number, like billions of people actually watching a single match. I'm like, what the hell? Cricket's that popular? I mean, I thought only like soccer got those kind of numbers. Whew. Competitive JRPGs? I mean, sure, why not? Sometimes you want a break from competition too, you know? Like, I think one of the things I really enjoy about competition is that it motivates me to improve myself. That's one of the benefits of it, right? Where if I'm faced with a challenge, I want to solve that problem. And it is problem solving, but it's also trying to solve something creatively. And that is something I admire in my profession as a writer, right? Competitive idle sports, you guys are killing me. Okay, I think I'm a little bit more awake now. Let's try. History of Buddhism. Yes, tell me more. No, nothing? Come on, man. Yo, thanks for the follow. Oh, thanks for the bits, even better. not that I don't mind you following us. I appreciate that part. Hellenism. Greek and Oriental culture. Really? Interesting. You know what's really funny? I learned a lot of Greek mythology in like high school, and I even went to some Greek mythology classes in college, and I forgot all of that. But I feel like Greek mythology is generally understood by a lot of people, and it just faded out of my brain pretty hard. So it's actually kind of funny for me to encounter this work where a significant amount of it is talking about Roman or Greek gods, right? But that's also kind of nice too. It means that I can talk to the chat about something that I think a decent amount of people still remember. And, you know, the burden of providing knowledge, if that's what you want to call it, is not gonna be on me. I can just straight up learn from other people. That's awesome. Okay, so I think I've covered all of this room. I was pretty careful about it. Yeah, okay. So can I go downstairs? Of course I can, oh boy. Pythagorean theorem. Okay, it's the bottom section math. Looks like it is. Yeah, you know, I think mythology was the subject matter that my class loved the most. At least when I was in high school. Like, oh shit, you gotta learn about myths? Yeah, I mean, that's how I feel, too. Goldbach conjecture, what's that? Or is it Goldbach? I don't know. Depends on where his name originates from? Let's see. Interesting. And how would you know this? I mean, everyone has their specialty. Indian mathematics. Oh, huh? You know what? Actually, that's kind of a question I wouldn't mind asking. What do you? Wow, guys, please leave me alone. Sometimes I really do feel like I'm getting bullied here. Anyway, my question was, please, Tommy, you know me in real life. What was my question again? What is my specialty? I would like to think, and I hope this is the case, that I specialize in understanding literature. I'm going to put a question mark at the very end there. I mean, it is kind of what I do. I write articles, and I'm supposed to research and understand media, so crossing my fingers, I'm not that bad, right? But that's a weird thing. Like, the more I learn, the more I feel ignorant. Happens all the time, like, oh shit, this happened in history, or like, oh, so this is a concept that appears in film theory, or I never knew that about science and how it applies to this story, or how sci-fi borrows from real-world concepts, or I know nothing about economic theory. There's so much that I don't get, and sometimes my articles requires me to research several days in advance just to write some paragraphs, right? And it's ridiculous sometimes. That's why, like, whenever I say I'm about to write a visual novel article, usually it means that I gotta spend several days of doing nothing but looking shit up. and then I write an article that, at least I hope to God, is very easy to understand. Because my audience isn't like academics. My audience is the average person, whether they focus on, I don't know, math, science, creative arts, whatever, right? That a hobby doesn't mean that you're like exclusive towards other professions. That doesn't make sense to me. Well, I mean, I guess maybe some, but entertainment, such as the TV medium, movies, anime, whatever, right? It's pretty open-ended for people who enjoy it. Oh, right. So my question that I had for the stream, because this was a topic of a documentary. Do you think that esports really is the future? I mean, a lot of my community is moving towards that, right? The FGC, if you're unaware, for the longest time has been community-based. That means volunteers within the community would run tournaments, and it isn't run by a corporate entity. But in other communities like MOBAs, the tournaments are run by the corporation itself, right? So I'm pretty sure Riot... I mean, I don't know much about other competitive scenes, but tell me if I'm wrong. Doesn't Riot run its own tournaments? And doesn't the corporation that owns Dota run its own tournaments? And then they also put their own money into the pot, and it's like millions of dollars? That's run by them, right? Yeah, and that they also do their own media, and they also do their own advertisement. For the fighting game community, that's not the case. There's like a mixture of both. Hell, a lot of volunteers even edit videos for advertisement for the FGC. So dad? Kind? These are like volumes of mathematicians? Is that what's happening here? It's just something that I'm thinking about now, especially since Riot is making their League of Legends fighting game. And one of the topics that is hanging around in the FGC for a little bit now, not like it's been years of discussion, but it's definitely been hanging, is why do fighting games have so many problems with netcode? Right? Because the era of arcade games, where you actually go to an arcade and play fighting games or whatever, right? It's not really here anymore, at least not in the United States. I mean, that's what I used to live in. I used to go to arcades all the time, and I would play people in fighting games to get better. But nowadays, that's not as common. You stay at home and you play on your console, right? I mean, in other communities, you can rely on online play to get better, right? I'm pretty sure that's the case. Okay. Please. What's this one? Tales of Old Japan, I think? It's kind of hard to read. Yeah, pretty much. That's one of my complaints about EVO nowadays. It feels less like a gigantic high school reunion. Because that's literally what it felt like back in the day. I would go there and I would see all these faces I haven't seen in a long time. It wasn't so big that it was hard to find people. You could always hang out with them. Scheduling was really easy. No worries about like having to wait several hours until everything lines up and then you go out to eat. Nowadays, it's like a puzzle itself, just to find people and then find time to hang out with them at EVO. And that's kind of a bummer for me, you know? Shit, man. You know what I remember? At EVO, I used to be at the very front watching the games. I was in the middle. And in the middle, at the front, is where people did side bets. So, like, it was super hush-hush, right? Don't talk about side betting at EVO even though you're in Vegas. Right? And then sometimes on the camera, you would see people with money in their hands side betting on people. So I would win money. I would win money on like Marvel, right? Like, fuck, I love watching Marvel. Marvel's my favorite, right? When's Marvel? And then Street Fighter would come around and I would lose all my money. I was like, come on, man. This happens every single year. You think I would learn? Man, you know, the one time I bet against Justin was when I counted on my friend, Vineeth. And of course, Vineeth chokes it up. I bet fucking Vineeth makes me lose money every single time. Literally, every single time I bet on Vineeth, I've lost money. I bet against Justin Wong when he fought in like NCR. I bet when he fought against Kane Blue River because it was like, yo, dog, this matchup's hella in his favor. Like, it's like a 8-2 matchup in favor of his team. Like, oh yeah, you know what? Statistically, that makes tons of sense. And Vineeth practices against his team all the time. So I'm going to bet on Vineeth, and I lose my money again. Why? The other time I bet on Vineeth, when was it? I'm trying to remember. Jesus, it was... I think it was when he fought against Cloud. And don't get me wrong, Cloud's cool. I like him too. But Vineeth is my boy, okay? Vineeth is the guy who pukes in the car when he gets drunk. That's Vineeth, but that's okay, don't worry about that, okay? So I bet on Vineeth again, of course I lose money. It's like whenever I bet on Vineeth, no matter what the situation is, like tying your shoe or waking up on time, I will lose money. It's ridiculous. How? Why? I guess like the reverse is, I'm trying to think of which person I bet on and I make money. Oh god. For me, I would say it's generally matchup-based teams in Marvel that I make money off of. But I would always fail if it's against Justin Wong, so I guess it's true. Don't bet against Justin Wong. People take my money on that all the time. Oh, you're betting against Justin Wong? Like, fuck, man, come on! Don't give me that tone. I want to hear it. But you know, that's kind of the cool thing about fighting games. Even if a matchup is bad, doesn't mean you're guaranteed to lose. right? You can still outplay an opponent even if tool-wise it doesn't match up in your favor. What in the world? Oh, lights, though. Okay. Well, looks like I need one more. I'll put it in anyway. Unless one's already shining, I can't tell. I think it won't allow me to do anything until I get the third light bulb, so wherever that thing is. Something suspicious on the shelf to the left. Oh, yeah. Astronomics? I also gotta put this in order, I guess. Do I have a key for this? Oh, nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So six numbers, ideally. What? I have no idea what it would be. Oh. Thank you. 632416. What? That was not a 6, that was a 5? Okay. Yeah, that is a 5. Sheesh. Okay. You know, a part of me kind of wants to do this. Like, if I ever forget a password for something, I have, like, some secret way of knowing how. So, like, I could do that. Why don't I turn my entire house into, like, a gigantic escape room? A jigsaw puzzle. Hey, Tommy, next time you come to my house, if you want to escape, you gotta solve this puzzle. Fucking. That sounds so obnoxious. Okay, I'm gonna just place this here and see what happens. Ah, so this is where you paste the books, I'm guessing? Shield Rake 5? I mean, I'll write it down, whatever the hell that means. Where did I put it? Here it is. Yeah, but, since we've been a variety channel for quite a long time now, one of the things I wish our viewers would do more was play fighting games with me. But, you know, obviously, that's kind of the problem, right? Fighting game netcode, oof, oh boy. Oh my god. Every single time I think about it, I just cry myself to sleep. Okay, there we go. So this one's the Shield Rake 5. Oh man, I feel like I'm in college again, writing on paper. Normally for my work, I write notes into my computer. And generally for college, I didn't bring my laptop. I actually just straight up wrote notes in a notepad. Okay. Oh, you did them all for me. Oh, well, alright. Shield Rake 5. Yeah, Catherine doesn't play Dasibro anymore was about pretty much what I was gonna say. Dasibro does not play Catherine anymore. Sheldrake? Okay. Missed it. Okay. I do actually appreciate the help. I'm still trying to wake up right here. Strange. I'm not clicking on 5? Okay, I'm confused. Maybe I had to... Okay.
Sheldrake 5?
I think I saw the rest of this collection somewhere.
No, fair enough, alright.
Yeah, I think it was somewhere around here.
Let's go take a look.
Okay.
Sheldrake.
Have you heard of him? Sheldrake, I mean.
Yeah, Lotus told me about him.
There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He has a rather interesting theory. Morphogenetic fields, which relies on the theory of morphic resonance.
Okay, well, we're coming back to this again.
Really? From Lotus, huh?
Well, Clover also said something to me about that stuff.
She did?
Yeah, what was it?
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things.
Sure, I'll write this down.
The first is epiphany, and the other is danger.
I recall this, actually.
That girl. I told her not to tell anyone.
You did? Why?
Well...
Look, man, I didn't push it because we're in a hurry, but I'm kind of sick of this. How about you just tell me, okay?
Tell you what?
Don't give me that. About the experiment.
Ugh. Very well, fine. I'll tell you everything. But not here. Let's move to the top floor. I suppose I might as well start by telling you why I kept quiet, and why I made sure Clover did as well. To be honest, the explanation is quite simple. Zero told me not to. I had little choice. He didn't walk up and tell me, of course. He gave me a message engraved on a card.
That's a Braille card. It looks just like the one you showed us earlier. So you had 2 cards?
No, only one.
Huh? What do you mean? I thought that card just had some rules for the nonary game on it.
Yes, it did. And those were the rules I read you. However...
Was there something you didn't read us?
They were not the only thing on the card.
Fair enough.
There was something I didn't read. Well, perhaps I should say, there was something I couldn't read.
And that was?
Tell no one of the events that took place 9 years ago. Tell, and I activate your sister's detonator. It's a threat on our lives.
Oh.
You know what? I don't blame you, man. I completely understand.
Well, what about Clover? Did she get a message from Zero too?
I don't believe she did. But doesn't it strike you as strange that Zero would shut my mouth, but not hers?
Honestly, yeah, because you were both part of the experiment 9 years ago.
Yeah.
To be on the safe side, however, I told her it was best not to tell anyone. Still, apparently she told you. That girl.
What's wrong with her telling me? I figured some stuff out with the things she told me. I mean, it looks like the whole activate her detonator thing was just a bluff.
Well, the reason why you can tell now is because we believe that Zero is Santa. That was the major revelation, right? Zero is Santa and Mio is a traitor. That is what we found out last night. Okay? Almost joking, but kind of serious too. So the shit we found out was supposedly Santa, who pretends he is 3, and June, who pretends she is 6. June is actually 9, and Santa is actually 0. And if that were the case, all the things line up for how they entered through doors and why they're actually specifically angry at certain parts.
She's prancing around downstairs happy as a clam now that you're back.
That's very true. I've decided I can trust you.
Did you know that Mio stabbed me twice before the stream, and I'm still alive? Think about that, huh?
I've decided to tell you the truth. The chance that Santa is 0 is very high. I feel I can assume Santa doesn't have the time to observe us at the moment.
Oh, Mio is, my girlfriend.
And at any rate, even if he were, I very much doubt he would kill us.
Why?
Clover told me about the 4-leaf clover. About the words. If he knew about that, then he was in my group during the first experiment. I'm sure of it. He wouldn't kill us, no matter what the situation was.
Hey, Snake?
Yes, I know. You want to know what happened during the experiment.
Yeah.
How much do you know?
I know it happened 9 years ago. There's a bunch of children in it. You and Clover were involved. I'm going to assume Santa's sister was involved. Maybe he was also there. I have a theory that maybe June or the main character was also involved. There is certainly a lot of amnesia going around here. Zero probably was involved. How else would Zero know? Is there anything else I can think of that might be applicable here? Nona? Or is it Nono? I think it was Nona is involved. Wasn't she the child of Lotus? I think so. So she was in it. Wait. Nona? Nonary Games? I always assumed that Nona was a girl's name. Is that right? Did Lotus clarify that she had a daughter? Was it 2 daughters, or was it just a son and a daughter or something? I don't recall, actually. What did I write down? Hang on. These notes are hella messy. I definitely wrote down the name somewhere. It's somewhere around here. Let's see. Nope, not here. Not here either. Oh boy. Not here. Nope, not here either. Yeah, there's probably a good reason why I take notes on a computer now. How is it possible to write notes that even you can't read? No, really? What the fuck? Jeez. Okay, what the hell does this say? These are names of the people who work in the pharmaceutical company. Nope, not here. Aoi, Light, and Nona. Those are the names? I guess I'll write this down on another page so I don't lose it. Aoi, Light, Nona. Okay. Well, I can see where Nona comes in this. I can also see where Light comes in this. I don't know why you would say Aoi, though.
Clover told me about...
I see. The morphogenetic field in the experiments 9 years prior. How the experiments had taken place simultaneously at 2 locations, one being the ship and the other being a building in Nevada.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
And the girl that died during the experiment.
Okay.
She told you all that, did she? At any rate, I now know how much you've learned. All that remains for us to determine
is who did this and why, right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what happened?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, let's piece this thing together.
The people who organized the initial experiment were from a company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals.
Okay.
There were 4 of them running the show. Gentaro Hongo, Nagisa Nijisaki, Teruaki Kubota, Kagechika Musashido. Hongo was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Nijisaki was his right-hand man and did the lion's share of the planning. Kubota led the company's research and development division.
Okay, looking kind of familiar there.
Musashido was their majority stockholder.
Actually, if I'm being quite frank, they all look kind of familiar.
It was these 4 people who planned the initial experiment. Let me simplify it for you. Hongo designed it, and Nijisaki put it all together.
Okay, so I can understand why certain characters die and who they are now.
Kubota developed the technology required, and Musashido provided the cash.
Okay, that makes sense.
So it's Hongo, Nijisaki, Kubota, Musashido...
Okay, so the scientist of it. I think the person who provided money, we already know who he is. And what did you do again? Hongo designed it. Bam. Nijisaki Kubota did this, the science of it. Musashido provided the cash, and I don't know what the hell you did.
Of course, more than 4 people were required to conduct an experiment of this scale. To that end, they organized a top-secret team to assist them with their research. All in all, they gathered 10 people or so.
Got it.
Those 10 completed their team, and they were able to begin the project. They named it the Nonori Project.
Okay.
The purpose of the experiment was to research the prospect of controlling a human mind through sheer will.
Okay, I saw that already.
The vessel, I suppose you could say, for this control was the morphogenetic field.
Is there any way for me to dumb that down? The vessel for this control was the morphogenic field. Okay, we're trying to figure out how to control the human mind, which can have a lot of profitable implications for one way. I don't know, when you say vessel, I think of like the body, but you're saying that is the morphogenic field? No, you're saying the controller is what controls the vessel. Is that what you're saying? Let's see.
Huh.
Why did the glycerin suddenly begin to crystallize? Why did the crystal structure of EDT undergo a sudden change? Why did the rats improve their puzzle-solving skills with each generation? Experiments with humans produce the same results.
Yeah, okay. So I will call the morphogenetic field the controller. I'll put that in quotes. And you're trying to target at certain organisms.
The more people who knew the answer to a question, the more there were who could answer correctly without having seen the problem before. Why is that? How could it happen? The answer is that the shape of the answer has been stored in a field invisible to the naked eye.
The shape of the answer has been stored in a field invisible to the naked eye. Okay, so what I called previously the ether would be the morphogenic field. Okay, so knowledge goes through this channel. This channel is also a way of controlling. So I guess I'll draw it out. I'll draw a person here. Yay, stick figure. This channel is the morphogenic field. It is where information can be transferred. I guess I'll put that in quotes for now. Info can be transferred. And it's a controller. I'll put a control in quotes. There we go. Next.
And through that field, the resonant event transmits information related to that answer.
Through that field, the resonant event transmits information related to that answer. The event that gives people epiphanies and danger? Okay, I'll write that here, and I don't know how you define that yet.
That's essentially the idea behind morphogenetic fields.
But that's just a theory.
Can't bring yourself to believe it?
Yeah.
Let's say someone killed another person because the devil told them to do it.
Sure.
Whether the devil exists or not has no relevance to the murder. They believe the devil exists. Whether or not he does is immaterial.
So what matters here is that Hongo believed in the morphogenetic field.
That's right.
But I still don't get it. You said they wanted to figure out how to control people. Right? That is what you were saying.
Yes.
So how are they going to do that with a morphogenetic field?
I'll keep it simple. Let's suppose 10,000 people have solved a certain problem.
Okay, sure.
The chance of you knowing that answer, even if no one has told you, will go up. Let's have another example, shall we? Say 1 million people were to do a handstand right now.
Okay, I have an idea what a handstand looks like.
Tomorrow, the chances of you doing a handstand would be higher, even if you had heard nothing of this hypothetical mass handstanding.
Okay.
Mankind's thought process and actions are all part of a resonant event. All of the resonant events encoded in the fields are projected onto you. Of course, this assumes you believe in this theory. Do you follow so far?
Sure.
Yeah.
I was thinking something like when they first mentioned morphogenic fields, I was thinking collective unconscious or something.
Now, if there was a person who had the same effect as those millions of people, what would happen?
If there was a person who had the same effect as those millions of people. So instead of having a million people do a handstand and suddenly you have a higher chance of doing it, one person equals a million people and has that effect. So that's what you're saying. Oh, I get it. that is how you would convince others or give them the idea of how to do something. So telepathy, or
If that one person were to do a handstand, other people would find themselves wanting to do handstands as well.
sure, okay.
Can you imagine what a person with powers like that would be able to do?
Come on, there's no way.
I'm not done. Imagine another scenario. Imagine another person. This is an ordinary person. Let's say he does a handstand.
Sure.
What if there was someone who could grab the resonant event he created by doing that and use it to make other people do handstands?
What if someone could take an event that invokes your epiphany and danger and naturally create your understanding of how to do a handstand? Is that what you're saying? I'm gonna double check. Yes, that is what you're saying. Okay, so like the event itself is modular. You can move it around, and then when you apply it to a person, you get it. Suddenly I understand how to do a handstand.
What would happen then? A person who has the power to write to the field, and someone who can read from the same.
One example of this I always found interesting was Isaac Newton and Gottfried Wilhelm's, I cannot pronounce that last part, Leibniz, I think, discovering calculus at the same time at different sides of the world without sharing any work with each other. There was so much confusion at something so complex being found simultaneously that they accused each other of stealing work. That's so interesting. I didn't know that. Thank you.
You could think of them as the writer and the reader, or the transmitter and the receiver. What would the world be like if there were people with abilities like these?
So the transmitter's resonant event can be transmitted through the field and sent to the receiver. And then the transmitter can control the receiver however they wish.
I want to go slow through this section so I understand how this functions within the story. What is their explanation for it? You can think of this example as writer and reader. Hey, right? Calling attention to the text again. Or the transmitter and the receiver. What would the world be like if there were people with abilities like these? Okay. So the transmitter's resonant event can be transmitted through the field and sent to the receiver. I am giving you this event that procs this understanding. And then the transmitter can control the receiver however they wish. Okay. So immediately, I can say a few things about this. This, in a strange way, is kind of how literature works too. When did I last talk about this? Do you recall when I was mentioning the term I remember was author god, and I also remember mentioning death of the author. I was talking about this during Zirconia. Okay. And because I mentioned that, I also talked about this kind of conversation that the author has with the reader. And it's one way, right? You can't actually speak with the author. The way you are hearing what the author is saying is through the text, right? The thing that they made that you are reading, and then all the information kind of like compiles in your head, and you form an understanding of the work that is being said to you, right? Like a discussion, but once again, it's one way. And so that's kind of what's happening here. Like if you think about all the meta elements in the story already, which I mentioned in the last stream, please don't make me remind myself. This kind of functions the same way, right? Where you have a calling to attention of the text, that what you're experiencing, once again, is not just something you're super immersed in. Take a second to step back here and think about this, right? What is this person telling me? That's one way of invoking critical thought from a reader, right? Don't be totally into the book. Don't have your face too close to the text. Take a few steps back and look at what you're holding in your hands as a book, right? Think about that for a second. What's the other thing that I noticed that was being mentioned here? The transmitted resonant event can be transmitted through. Okay, so the resonant event, if you're applying that to literature, once again, a resonant event is... I think I'm pretty safe to say a resonant event within this game is a dangerous event that will make you realize something and possibly gain access to telepathy. Okay, but let's move that away and say it in more realistic terms. How this is applicable to real life. A resonant event, when applied to real life, is a dangerous event that you experience that makes you more aware of things, right? In literature, it is something like you are so immersed within the story that when a critical event happens to a character, you feel like an empathy, right? Like, oh shit, this is happening to a character I really care about. And that danger procs like a concern for the person, right? The fiction, something that's fake, suddenly feels like it's real, and it's kind of like an experiment in itself, right? I'm trying to figure out how to better explain this idea. To me, I've always understood... I wouldn't say I always understood it, but to me, I approach fiction like... like a creative playground. To me, fiction is like a creative playground where ideas are at play, and I want to see, in this environment, how does the author show me some aspect of their world, and how is it applicable, if at all, to reality, right? And so fiction is a way to engage in ideas I might not be familiar with, and the author can guide me into understanding it better, right? Whether it be about history, mythology, economics, science, anything the author wants to talk about. Okay, so now let's talk about immersion, right? So imagine that you are so immersed in a work that you lose track of time. And that happens all the time, right? When you enjoy something so much, you don't realize how the clock just flies around. Suddenly, when you started at 8 in the morning, now it's at 6 in the morning. And it's like, what? Did time go backwards? No, you spent 22 hours. You spent 22 hours playing a game. Time flies, right? Because you're really immersed in a work. So now let's say you are immersed in a heavily story-driven work in which you really cared about the characters. And not just that, you also had a better understanding of how they felt, how they thought, the psychology of the characters, as if you were that person, okay? So then, if that's the case, you could feel the epiphany that a character gets in a story, because you're walked through their development. You understand the things that they learn on their journey through the story, right? And so, through the obstacles that a character faces within a story, the epiphany that a character gets can be transferred to you, the reader. You can learn lessons from literature. That's why people study it, right? And so, with that explanation, I think you can understand what I mean when I say that this section, in my opinion, is calling attention to the creative process, the act of having the medium presented in front of you, and how that applies not just to the game, morphogenic fields, right? Remember my theory about how, what if Zero is a player and he is controlling a character, right? Hey, guess what? It's actually possible now. What if Zero actually knows telepathy and is controlling someone? You see how that fits in, right? What are we doing? We're doing the exact same thing. I'm controlling the main character, truly. I can make his choices. I can choose to move through text if I want to. I can go back in time and say, nah, screw this. I don't really want to read this right now. And he does the same thing over and over, right? That kind of idea. So it's applied within the game. It's applied within literature. It's applied now with science, actually. This is with a different name, apparently. And so on and so forth. So, took a long time to say all of that, but hopefully what I said makes sense. Okay, now let's move forward.
That's what you're saying, right?
What Junpei said.
Yes. Close enough, at least.
Come on, that's just crazy.
Well, if you want to prove that, then you'll have to test it first. At least, that was how they thought.
I am not Zero. Why does everyone want to make me out to be the killer, okay? I'm I'm an innocent person. If you ask anyone who knows me, they would never say I was the killer.
That was why they decided to do their experiment. That was how the Nonary project began. By the way, Junpei, have you ever heard of the Gansfeld experiment?
The Gansfeld experiment? For some reason, I feel like I recall this.
Yeah, that was an experiment in telepathy, right?
Oh, thank you. Okay.
You place a pair of subjects in separate rooms. Then you show one a picture and ask the other what they see.
Interesting. I'm impressed. Yes, that is exactly correct.
So, why did you bring up the Gansfeld experiment?
It was used to screen subjects for the Nonary project.
Really? Okay.
The hospital in a remote town was affiliated with Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo used it to conduct experiments on visiting children in secret. Some of them, he found, had potential. He began to gather children that showed promise. Children that seemed as though they might be able to access the field. Of course, none of them volunteered. They were kidnapped.
Of course.
There were 9 pairs of siblings taken, for 18 children total.
Okay, and separate locations. That makes sense.
For reasons that were not fully understood at the time, each pair had 1 transmitter and 1 receiver. They were split perfectly. As such, the 18 children were split into 2 groups of 9. The children who were put into Group Q were the ones who excelled at transmitting.
Okay.
They were transferred to the mock experiment building known as Building Q in the Nevada desert.
Oh. Well, that gave me an idea. Doesn't that... Okay, so that opens up another theory that I have now. But you remember how I said the conversation between author and reader is one way, like a transmitter going one way, right? And I've always kind of wondered why a certain character was always feeling a little bit sickly.
The children who excelled at receiving were put in Group A.
Okay, so now that you have a clue of what I'm thinking.
Group A was then placed on the former hospital ship Gigantic. From the experiments he had conducted so far, Hongo had learned the following. There are 2 things that can increase one's resonance with the fields.
Okay.
The first is epiphany. The other is danger. Have you ever been faced with an especially difficult problem and thought about it very long and very hard until finally an answer suddenly appeared in your mind?
Yeah, sure. Tons of times when I'm writing.
It may seem obvious to say so, but that is what is meant by epiphany. The information obtained through that epiphany can be easily transmitted through the fields, where it can be easily interpreted. Adding danger to that equation allows for even easier field access. That's where Hongo came in. They set up a number of puzzles across the Gigantic. The participants had to solve each one before they could move to the next room. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to include danger.
Of course not.
He had detonated a bomb on the hull of the Gigantic. The children in Group A were forced to play the Nonary game as the ship sunk. By forcing the children into a life-or-death situation, Hongo hoped to increase the likelihood of their tapping into the fields. The children from Group Q, on the other hand, were confined to the mock experiment building, Building Q. Building Q duplicated the interior and puzzles of the Gigantic exactly.
And that was why I was curious this entire time. Are we certain we're on a ship?
Every detail was exactly the same. Hongo explained the situation to the children in Group Q. Solve the puzzles you find throughout the rooms. When you have the answers, transmit that information to the children in Group A.
No. I mean, think about it, right? Remember when Santa was mentioning the experiment with the rats and how they flooded the casing with water? I was like, I really want to double check and see if there's any windows, and every single window that I've seen has either been boarded up or the one window that I've seen that actually had water was at the very beginning. And at the bottom of the stairs, there was water, and that was it. That's all I've seen. So I think it's very likely still that we're on a ship, but I would like to have some more verifiable information. And remember, it's not entirely out of the realm of possibility because, hey, not only did they have a ship, they also had a building built exactly like the ship. So there we go. And actually, ultimately, I don't think it really matters. Like, I don't care about that twist. It doesn't mean anything to me. But I don't know. I was always curious, is there really danger besides the clock ticking down and we're going to die? Other than that, are we really going to drown?
If you succeed, they will be able to solve the puzzles and escape. But if you fail, then the Gigantic will sink, and your brothers and sisters will drown. Those were his orders. Do you know why the astronauts of Apollo 13 were able to return to Earth safely?
No, I don't. Go for it.
It was because NASA had access to a replica of the Apollo 13 capsule.
Oh, okay.
All of the equipment, the instruments, everything. All of it identical. Everything was just like the real Apollo 13. NASA was able to replicate the situation the astronauts found themselves in. By putting themselves in the same situation, they attempted to solve the problems the astronauts were dealing with.
Oh shit! Yo, Daryl, I have a great idea. So at EVO, next time, we're gonna do an escape room in the Luxor, okay? So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna wear a mask and pretend I'm Zero, even though clearly I'm not. And we're gonna gather a group of 9 FGC individuals, and we're gonna smoke them, make them fall asleep, and then wake up into a Zero escape situation. Okay? This is highly ethical, I promise. So the goal is to make sure that all these FGC individuals realize that they are in a that they're living a life or death tournament environment. And guess what? It's single elimination.
Bullshit! Fuck!
There is no do-over when you die. Okay, so what we do is we lock all these individuals into their hotel rooms in the Luxor, and then we have the windows get bursted in, they break, and water comes in and floods the room, okay? So that means that every single Luxor room has to have 2 people outside with buckets throwing water into the room repeatedly as fast as possible so it seems like they're drowning, okay? And then they have to rush outside of their hotel room, and conveniently they're all on the same floor, okay? And the elevators don't work. The elevators don't work, and they can't access the stairways, okay? So then we lock off a certain part of the building to self-contain this Zero escape game. All right, and you're thinking to yourself, what's the point of the Zero escape game? Okay, now I'm not saying that I'm Zero. Okay, I want you to remember that. But I think one of the main reasons why we should do this is because the development of Yomi. Okay, if you think about it, Yomi is this kind of ethereal concept of reading your opponent, but you can't actually read your opponent's mind, right? If a fighting game player could read a person's mind, could you imagine the possibilities, the amount of esports money you can put in your hand? So if we take this group of 9 fighting game players and put them into a life or death situation, they could have an epiphany about how to read an opponent's mind. And together, by playing this kind of this zero-sum game, just like fighting games, where there's only one winner. The one winner will rise to the very top of the FGC as the esports individual to take down Daigo himself. It's perfect. It makes total sense. This entire Zero Escape game, this 999, is actually in Las Vegas, where there's tons of water, right? Clearly, it's EVO. We're fighting against each other to be first, to make all that money, $910 for first place, okay? The 10 was just getting your money back, okay? Usually it's $900, but don't worry about that. Anyway, I'm super excited. I can't wait to do this again. I mean, I can't wait to pretend that I am Zero in Las Vegas next year.
Once they found solutions, they reported their findings to the men aboard the actual capsule. That was how they were able to return safely.
Yes, Las Vegas is in Nevada. Think about that.
It was the same with the Gigantic and Building Q. The children from Group Q had to use the power of epiphany to solve the puzzles they found and transmit what they learned through the fields.
Oh, come on, man. Nevada has tons of water. Remember that one Evo 2 years ago? When everyone clearly had water at the venue?
The children in Group A, however, they had to access the fields to learn how they might advance to the next stage. That is the simplest explanation I can manage.
Huh.
Hey, Junpei, Snake! How much longer are you two gonna sit around on those bony asses? Get down here already!
He's right. Let's go, shall we? We don't have much time. We need to get out of here, and soon.
My god, I really want to do a Zero Escape game in real life. Can I edit that? My god, I really want to do a escape room game with my friends in real life. I don't want people to die. That's not what I'm saying. Please. That's not what I'm saying. Stop accusing me of being Zero, okay? I enjoy this. This is really fun. Like, the idea of puzzle solving and trying to work together to escape and no one kills each other, that's awesome to me.
Hold it. There's one more thing I want to ask you. Are you sure that there were 18 kids?
Why?
Well, I thought it was only 16.
Oh, yes. That was what they said on the news, wasn't it? Yes, I have no doubt that 18 children were abducted and used in Hongo's experiment. After all, you couldn't exactly play a nonary game with any less, could you?
True. Unless duality was a thing. Yeah, don't forget about that, remember? That's very obviously a theme.
Well, yeah, but are you saying that the news got it wrong?
Yes, I am. There were 2 more children.
You can play a no-nerd game. Just kill one person off and take their take their bracelet.
However, they had no relatives that I'm aware of. I imagine no one filed a police report when they went missing. They were brother and sister, like Clover and I. The brother's name was Aoi.
There we go. All right. So that's the brother. I'm gonna write that down. Next.
The sister's name was... Her name was Akane.
So, out of curiosity, what would be the kanji for Akane's name? I'll just write down Akane. Okay, so this didn't like hit me from the back and surprise me. I kind of saw that.
That
Let's move
was
forward.
the girl who died.
Got it. Okay.
Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago? Then, who is June? No. That's impossible. It can't be true. Akane isn't that uncommon of a name. If Snake had known her last name, that's a different matter entirely. So they share a name. A lot of other people do too. It doesn't mean anything.
That's actually a fair question. Let's take a look.
There was someone else. Of course it was. It has to be.
Is something wrong, Junpei? Your breathing sounds strange.
Oh, no, it's nothing. I'm fine. Let's get back down there, all right? I couldn't do it. Why didn't I ask? What's her last name? I just couldn't get the words to come out.
Okay, so since last night, I've been trying to piece together the ending, near the ending of the last stream. Remember how the main character saw Akane, and then Akane disappeared suddenly? I'm like, okay, well, I did mention that I was kind of worried for... How do I put this? I was worried for the main character's mental health there. Yeah, let's put it that way. But more than just that, I was kind of curious about how do you read into the idea of duality. Remember when I was really curious about why would you emphasize 0 in this way? Why was 0 supposed to be 6 when you put the bracelet near the door and it would become 6? So like, is there like a mathematical reason why that works? People in the chat were saying things like, well, if you think about 0 as in between negative and positive, that's a possibility of reading into it as 0 as duality, right? There's also the idea that 0 in mathematical theory, someone was talking about this, I barely remember, is not really doing anything. It's like a trait of some sort. I was thinking more along the lines of what does 0 mean other than a number, right? And then, yeah, 0 as O as well, how they look very similar. A bunch of other things as well. So like 0 as O is what? Remember someone was also talking about possibly as a hexadecimal idea. So what was it? I forgot all the conversations we had last night. So bummer for me, but there was a lot of things to talk about. So I don't think for most people watching the chat who followed from 0, O is 6 and hexadecimal. Thank you, thank you. That really helps, right? So there's also that kind of follow through if you were paying attention to how puzzles worked in this game. But I think that revelation wasn't really one that's supposed to swing at you and suddenly, oh shit, really? Akane might have been a test subject back in the past. I think that was kind of something that's been really heavily hinted at. I'm trying to think. I think the only revelation in this story that really hit me by surprise was when I was first thinking about 0 and duality and the themes of that, and then they said, oh, Santa could be 0 and Akane could actually be 9. I think you can also reverse that, right? Akane could actually be 0 and Santa could actually be 9 if you... Yeah, that should function, I think. But yeah, when they finally did the number equation, I was like, oh shit, right? I was blindsided by that because I wasn't ready for it at that point. I wasn't ready to like put everything together. Okay, so let's think about... Okay, I have no items anymore. I have had that discussion at the bottom. What is the eventual result here? Where am I going? Thank you, thank you. So, the reason why I'm not going to play the second Zero Escape game immediately after this is because I really like the idea of a community working together with the same goal, right? And the thing, I mean, I don't mind it, but the thing that I wish I could do with you guys is we all work together to solve puzzles, because that's fun to me, right? Where we are participating as if we were in the Zero Escape games. But the next game I'm gonna play, no one clearly has read yet. I'm pretty sure that's the case because it's just released, and it's going to be a game in which we can all just try to guess theories together. It'll be a lot of fun. Looking forward to that. It's like watching a movie for the first time, and everyone's like having a discussion. You know, that kind of like bonding experience. It's really fun. Okay, so I've done most of the puzzle. What else do they want me to do? Did I check out the book? Which game? You know what? I mean, let's go ahead and just say it. I want to do Raging Loop. I hope it was localized well. I hope that it's an exciting story, and its recommendation from Ryukishi was a solid one. Also, it borrows heavily from a game that I actually played before. I love Werewolf. It's a fun game. It's one of the social deduction games where I'm gonna just say this very plainly. threatening someone in that game is very much a tactic that you can do. I mean, if you guys have never acted before, it's so much fun. Like to think in a different way than you normally do is really beneficial, right? The flip the chessboard, I guess. Okay, so sorry guys. Clearly I've lost my way. Can someone give me a clue on where to go? I have done the puzzle, I think. Shouldn't there be a way out? Koopa, Sheldrake. Oh, thank you. Alright. Sheldrake 5. For some reason, I thought I got that already. I guess because the discussion went on for so long. Oh, well, there we go. What does this say? Roman numerals. So 13, 14, I believe. 10, 13? Is that correct? You can only enter 4 letters? Can I enter numbers? Oh, okay, let's try. 13. You know what's funny? I don't use Roman numerals whatsoever. So, like, it feels like cursive to me. Like, how often do you guys write in cursive? I learned it in... When do you learn cursive again? Freaking kindergarten or some shit? No, a little bit later, maybe 3rd grade, I don't know. But I rarely use cursive at all, so, like, this is an example of that. I don't know how I remember this still. My memory's god-awful. 13, 14, 10, and 13, I think? But those have 2... Huh? Okay, anyway, we'll see what this does. I'm just gonna mess around. So just double check. Yep, only 4. Is this hexadecimal again? Does that make sense? I mean, I can just try. So if A equals 10, and B equals 11, and C equals 12, and D equals 13. What is a letter you want me to write? You want me to write D. 14 is E. Oh. Got it. Really? Huh. I mean, I hope it's at our door. Yeah, but why would the other door be locked? Alright, so once again, guys, you can help with the stream. Just retweet that link for me.
Alright, this is the next...
The door!
Oh boy.
Did that just close on its own?
Don't tell me we can't go back.
I hope that's not the case.
I don't know. Let's see. Damn it. It looks like it locks automatically.
Is there any other way out?
Well, there's another door over on the right. There's a card reader next to it.
Okay, more puzzles.
It's got a red light on it, though, so I'm pretty sure it's locked, too.
But there is a card reader, right?
Yeah.
Then perhaps if we find a key card, we could open the door and leave?
Well, yeah, that might work, but...
Hey! Wait a minute! Are you saying we're gonna have to search through this room for one little card?
Oh, man.
Looks that way.
No way!
For real?
Well, we can sit down and wait to die, if that's what you prefer. I rather doubt that, however, so it would be wise to start looking. We haven't much time. Let's find that key card. Oh, and the Neptune key as well. We won't be able to get through the hallway without it.
And every time Snake speaks, I think that I should probably be less wordy. I know, right? That's how I feel.
All right then, let's begin.
What the hell is this room, man? The study? Oh, I'm already disoriented. What in the world? Okay, so this is the start. Let's go to the end, take a look at the door. It is a mess. Well, parts of the puzzles we solved in other rooms. So this is where you assemble everything? Oh, well, I recognize this. Okay, here we go. Okay, it looks like everything is one unit there. What? I don't see how that... What? Clover, you're something else. Nah, Clover's great. Leave her alone. What in the world? Looks like the pinholes again. Oh, dear God. So is this the magic cube thing again? It might be. It's always been really weird for me to play puzzle games because I have no real background in them other than Catherine, I guess. I didn't grow up with puzzle games at all. Yeah, I think so too, because it like trains your mind to think of things creatively, right? And that's a useful habit to have. make the cells all green. Is it telling me that I can actually do this now? I guess so. I will try. You're not. I will try. I will try. Yeah, but working through this story, as you probably noticed, like I don't really do it traditionally, right? Okay, that wasn't intentional, but I'll take it. So when I did this, I got 4. Why? Then when I did that, I got... Okay, so I understand. They're turned off right now. When you turn it back on, that's the number that's there. Okay, alright. So let's try it now. This is a combination of the magic puzzle and the one where it was red and green, if you recall, remember? Okay, so I'm trying to remember how you make... what do you call it again? How you make... Okay, I'll experiment so I can remember again. So, when I did it last time, I was trying to figure out how you fill in everything. I recall that. Yes. Yeah, so that's why I was testing. Okay. So let's see here. Okay. So now, this would share with this. So what was the trick again that you could do to make this? So I have to cycle. So how do I cycle? So if I did this, that would activate that. Then I do this, which activates that. And then I do this, which activates that. So I've activated... Okay, so there's more to this puzzle than just making everything active. So it's not exactly that puzzle. So I have to combine both of the ideas. So it's not just everything fills up. It has to logically make sense to make it green. Okay, so that's the next layer of the puzzle. I get that now. So... I'm trying to remember. Okay, so is this hexadecimal? In which case it should be the case, right? Because D must represent a number. And 6 plus 4 is 10, and A equals 10. That should be the case. So how would I test that out just to make sure? Correct. So D, this is certainly a hexadecimal problem. Okay. So, what is L is my question right now. What is L again? What is L? L is 22, are you sure, Manu? Just want to make sure. Because I was going to write the entire thing down. 22? Okay, thank you. Okay, so L equals 22. I'll just write that down. Pen, please. There we go. So let's just figure it out. So I need to figure out what each individual thing means, yes or no? Well, I already know what C means, right? C should be 12. Wait, that's not true. 4 plus 5 is 9. C should... Yeah, yes, it is true. Right? No, C should be... If A equals 10 and B equals 11, C should equal 12. 4 plus 5 plus... is 21, so L is not equal 22, it's 21. Okay, so let's go back now. B should be 11. What was in the middle again? F. F was what again? E is 14, F equals 15, and I think 16 loops back, if I remember correctly. Alright, so this is what I have here. So I will write down this in a square, like so, and I'll write down as the numbers. So 13, top left, 6 and 4, 1, F is 15, so 1, 15, and 5. And the last one is 9, 11, and 12. Okay, so A is 10 down here, L is 21, 21, 21 here, 21 here, and 10 here. Okay, so let's solve it on paper first, and then I can try to make it happen here. So I want to have it function vertically and horizontally, if I understand correctly. So to make that function correctly, I would need to make the top left blank out. So I'm gonna put a little bit of a star right here. Do I have pencil? Because I'm just using pen. No, I'll just have to use the pen. I'll put a star right here for... I'll put a small X. Okay. So if I kill 13 at the top left, 6 plus 4 equals 10, correct. 1 plus 9 equals 10, correct. That's clear. So now let's do horizontally. I want 21. 21 is everything is active. Done. On the bottom, I want 9 plus 11 plus 12. I want 21. Isn't there a problem with that? Yeah, 9 plus 11 plus 12? To get the bottom one? I would need 9 and 12, so that means that 11 needs to be crossed off. So B needs to be crossed off. Okay. So 6 and 5 need to be active. No, the easier way to remember this is what do you need to turn off? D needs to be turned off, and 11 needs to be turned off. Let's double check very quickly. 9 plus 12 equals 21. Yes. 1 plus 15 plus 5 equals 21. Yes, even says it there. 6 plus 4 equals 10. Yes. 1 plus 9 equals 10. Yes. 6 plus 15 equals 21. Yes. So I found it. So I gotta turn off what? I gotta turn off D and B, and we're done. So turn off D and B. How do I do that? Turn off D and B. Okay. This would be learning how to cycle again. So I have to recall how to do that. How do I cycle? Wasn't that corner switch, I think? Okay, hang on, take a step back. I want to cycle. Okay, the idea is doing something like that. So if I do this, hang on, we're almost there. Once again, you're trying to cross out B and 13. B and 13 have to be off. So think in reverse. Okay. B and 13 have to be off. So I need to cross this out and put that back on. Okay. Let's see. B and 13 have to be off. So almost. How do I do this section here? We're almost there. Oh, it's hard for me to word my thoughts right now because I have it written down in a weird way. So I'm sorry if it's a little confusing. Give me a second. This has to be off, this has to be off, this needs to be on. That's the only thing I need to do. Wait, is that... That is a B. Yeah, it is. That's a D. Oh, D is 13, sorry. What was that again? Need to activate this. That's the only thing we need to do. Okay, so how do I activate that? I need to figure out how to cycle again. Oh my god. No, dude. Jesus. Why is it so frustrating? It has to be black. Okay. Okay. So this is just reverse of what I normally do. Because normally I activate the center. So now we're trying to deactivate the center. Trying to deactivate the center. bitch. Okay. Do the reverse of that. How do you do the reverse of that? Do the reverse of that. This. What's this on right here? That reactivates special. We're almost there though. Jesus, man. What a pain in the fucking ass. Okay. Fucking. I always get that situation. How do I do that? I feel like I'm always like a step. I'm just a step off to getting it. So what is the issue that I'm having here? I need to figure out how to get this to happen. Certainly working from this position shouldn't be that hard. How do I do this? Hang on, I think I almost see it. No. Hang on. How do I... No, I lost it again. Jesus, man. Okay, let's try again. So I'm gonna give you a heads up, all right? If you want to work with me through this, I wouldn't mind. The end goal, imagine everything were filled, right? The only thing you want unfilled, you want D to be black and you want B to be black. That's all you want to do. Everything else must be filled in. That is the thing I'm trying to solve. That is it. Wait, what? You can't click on the red squares. Can you? Jesus. Oh my god, shoot me. Clover, don't say that. I feel like a moron, but thank you. I mean, the process of how I got there was not clear, but the end result I understood logically, right? So I'm happy about that I understood what the puzzle wanted from me. The question was, how do I make things function correctly? And I didn't understand how that worked. And that's the thing that made me sad about it. Everything's just gonna be a fucking puzzle, huh? Okay, tell me more. Keyword. 4 indentations on the dusk. Okay. Did I do everything here already? Thank you, yeah. Oh, cool, it's Megaman's patch. Okay. So I think I understand now. You solve a bunch of these puzzles and you get a reward and you put it in, then something will happen. Steering wheel symbol. Upper right is the cross symbol. Bottom left is the mysterious circle symbol. Waffle pattern? I guess I'll write this down, but I think it's just puzzles from different rooms and you're just putting the right rewards there. Okay, let's make this separate from the others so I know. Okay, so steering wheel. I'll just draw a steering wheel across a mysterious circle with a question mark and a waffle pattern. I'll do my very best to draw a waffle. Okay, did it. In order. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Got it. Well, I don't have them all, so let's not bother yet. Match up the directions on the compass with the lines on a nautical table. Sorry. I use the steering wheel in the wheelhouse, but this time I think I'm gonna use the wheel attached to the side here. Okay, so it's like I am revisiting the puzzles, but there's a twist to it. And if I can understand the twist, that will allow me to solve the puzzle. Okay. If I just touch the direction I want to turn to, the compass will turn that direction. Then I just press stop when the compass is pointing where I want it to. I'm betting something will happen if I do it right. So where is the starting location? Here? Oh, okay. So assuming that is the case, I will write it down. We will say, let's write out the compass here. Okay, so south first, I'm guessing. So south, west, then it is southeast, and then it is northeast, and then it is east, then it is north, then it is an east. If I understand where the starting point was, I think I do. It should be right there. Let's give it a shot. south, and then west, and then southeast, right? Wrong direction. Well, I mean, if I end in southeast, I think it will still count. Bitch. Oh my god. Okay, try again. Okay, south. West. Southeast. Northeast. East. North. North? Yeah, it's north. And then east. Okay. Clover, stop! You're treating me like a dog. Sorry, the big box by the exit made a noise? Okay. Okay, that was way easier. I guess I'll check out what you mentioned first. What the hell? Well, I'm a little nervous. Do I want to open this first before I solve every puzzle? That seems kind of strange. I figured this would be the end result, not right now. I'm assuming I can't open it. I'll try at least. Wait. There's no way. Really? Right now? Yeah, of course not, right? I feel like something that you would get afterwards. Okay, he's a little spooked. Oh god, is this a stupid puzzle again? This is the one with the brain, remember? I saw something like this when I figured out that Morse code puzzle back in the communication. You talk about that instead? Morse code, yeah. I mean, is this exactly what he wants from me? 2 dots on the first line. 2 dots on the first line, on the second, and 1 on the last. Okay, yeah. It wants me to hold. 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 Wait, what? Okay, sorry. What am I typing in first is my question. I mean, I don't remember what it was last time. It was how the notes. It looks like the word that's supposed to go here has 3 letters. it's got 3 lines, and I think each line is 1 letter. If that's the case, then perhaps the letters you need are made up of 2 symbols, 4 symbols, and 1 symbol, respectively. It's supposed to be all? Like Alice? That in a set of 2, then a set of 4, then just 1. That doesn't make any sense to me still. Okay, clearly not it. Is there anything I can look at that give me a clue here? I look around the room more. There's nothing wrong with that. Honestly, now would be a time to use a restroom too. Yeah, the big screen makes sense. Let's take a look. Oh, well, Snake, you heard me. Awkward. Okay. So it is all. Well, I'm gonna be quite frank with you, I still don't understand Morse code. Okay. And I had to make those letters green. Yes. Okay, so how do I spell all in Morse code? That's the thing I don't understand. Well, I don't know. Does a line equal 10 or something? Maybe it does. So one more time. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, right? Okay. So it's 1. Sorry, one more time. 1, 2, then 4, then 1. Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1. Okay. I'll have to look at the notes to understand what Morse code means again. Please! Ugh. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Jesus. Morse code, each letter is a combination of dots and dashes. Right, I just want to know how to make the letters. Where was the thing for Morse code again? So it's actually possible to, unless it's inside this room and they can teach me how to write Morse code. Bitch, are you serious? Okay. Oh my god. I was like, I don't know Morse code. How do I do this? The Morse code chart, it was found on the steel shelf in the small cleared room. Thank you. It has a Morse code key for the letters A to whatever. The short mark is called DIT and made by tapping the button. The long mark is called DA and made by holding the button down. Okay, so what is A? I don't know. I just assumed I had all the tools to solve this. Like, what the fuck? What is this? Okay, so A is... A equals dot and dash L I. Oh wait, I'll use I anyway. So I equals dot and dot. C equals dash dot dash dot. Dash dot dash dot. E equals just dot. Okay. I'm just writing down anything that might be relevant for this. Is there anything else here? The Morse code chart, it was found on the steel shelf in the J to R. L. L is dot dash dot dot. Okay. Is there anything else I might need for this? Yeah. I was thinking about why would this even be all? Because it cannot be ALL, because ALL would be... So it's ice then. Okay. Snake, please, I know. I just didn't have the fucking Morse code chart. Shut up. Okay. I is dot dot. Gee, I wish this were here the entire time. C is hold dot hold dot. E is dot. Shut up, Snake! Out of curiosity, did anyone know Morse code in the chat before I found it? Because I was like, I don't know how I form letters with Morse code. Okay, so we're in the same boat. Last one to go. Sorry, over here. Okay, so I clearly missed the puzzle. I can't access this, it does nothing. Right? Correct. I checked the monitor. It does nothing here. Look around. I mean, does me inserting it in the correct order even mean anything? I'll just put this here for now, I guess. That... What the hell? It actually gave me something. this one is Baccarat, and what was the other one again? I remember something about adding numbers together. I don't remember. Okay, hang on. What is Baccarat again? Jesus, it's been a while. When you touch a numbered area, that area will be selected and it will turn blue to indicate this. Touching a numbered ball after selecting an area will cause that ball to be moved to that area. Okay, Baccarat is getting close to 9 without going over. Is that what's happening here? I don't know. However, you cannot move the red balls. You can only move 3 to 5 balls, I'm assuming this, these are the balls, into a single area. Press the check button once you have moved all the balls except for the red ones, which you cannot move. The digital root of the balls in the area must match the number for that area. Sure. That's it. Okay, so first, yes, I can just, got it. Okay, so you select which area you're shoving things you're into, and then you just want the digital root of that. That's all the puzzle is. Okay. Does it want me to do all of them? It says I couldn't move the red one, right? Good. Correct, so only the red one I cannot move. Got it. So that means I have 8 numbers to use to make 6 and 3. Sure, I'll just get a piece of paper and do this again. I should probably get one more piece of paper just for note-taking and stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna get one now. Okay, so can you guys give me just a quick moment? I'm gonna grab a piece of paper and some water, and then I'll be right back, okay? Probably should have brought an extra piece of paper, but whatever. Okay, so I am essentially just putting people through doors. What do I do here? So I have 1 through 8, 9 cannot be moved. Okay. So digital root of 6, right? So I want to do 5 and 3, 4 and 4, as an example. So either there's a 4 and a 4 combination, or a 5 and a 3 combination, assuming this is supposed to represent doors, and I'm pretty sure that's the case. Okay, so I will try... Okay, so what 2-digit number can I make to create 6? 33. A little bit too far there. 15? Okay, so 15 is an option. Okay, what about 3? I can do 12. Let's go higher than that. How about 21? 15 and 21. I think that could be logical. Let me try. Let's see. Can this function? That was be 21, but with the rest, can I make 15? Is that true? What is... Let's see... 7 plus 2 is 15, yes. Let's double check. Is that 15? 5 plus 5 is 10, plus 5 is 15, yes. The digital root of 1 plus 5 is 6. 21, the digital root is 3. Oh, okay. Oh, I had to do it every single time. I think that's what they're saying. The second one was... What was it again? I wrote my notes somewhere. The second one was the cross. So, the Mega Man patch. Yeah, but there's more of those red balls you can't move. Okay, so then I'm negating certain options. Look, Junpei's tired, I'm tired. Okay, so 1 and 9 are not allowed. Okay, let's make this section smaller. There we go. So now it is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sure, so 2 through 8. And the numbers are 1 and 7. Okay. Digital root of 1 could easily be 10. So I'll say 10 for now. Digital root of 7 could be, I don't know, 16? Will that function? Let me think about that. I have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so I have a total of how many? 1, 2, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, okay. I want to make 16. I'm not allowed 1. And I'm not allowed 9. Okay. Okay, sure. I'll try this. That shouldn't function though, but I'll try. So I've done that. So then how about... Sorry, I'm talking off screen right now. I'm just using that piece of paper to do this instead of just like actually entering in things, so I apologize. So if I have, what do you call it? If I have a total of 7 numbers, is that correct? Let's double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, I do. Does this not work? It does not work. That means it has to ideally be maybe a 3 and a 4 combo. Makes sense to me. Okay. You got 10 and 25. 25 makes more sense to me. Let's try 25 instead. Because then I can add bigger numbers. But digital root of 16 is 7, so that works too. Let's see. Let's try... so I'm not allowed to use 1. is essentially just remembering what happened last time, what I remember. Okay, 7. Three and 4. Is 25 too high to make here? Let's shove in all the big numbers on. So 8. 4. Okay. For this one. Nope. Okay. I'll try 532 over here. But if I do 532 over here, what does that leave me over here? Four, 6, 7, 8. Does that add to 25? It does. Okay. So you start with a smaller one first, 'cause that's easier to remember, and it's easier to figure out what your limitations are, and then you go to the bigger one. Do please. Okay, so 4, 6, 7, 8. Alright, so then that means for the next one, I'll follow that strategy again, where I start with the smaller one, and then I move to the bigger one. Okay, third one was... Sorry, I'm gonna double check. Do I have this item? I should. I mean, logically, it makes sense to me. I believe that one, yes. Oh, I'm actually trying my very best not to pay attention to the chat right now, so... I know it might be frustrating to watch me do this, but I also want to kind of just feel this out on my own, because it's enjoyable. Like, I don't mind taking my time. And then as I work through it on my own, I try to understand, like, the rationale of how you solve these problems effectively. So, like, on the second puzzle part, I was like, I wonder what's the most optimal way to understand how to do this. So I was working it through, and I realized I was going backwards. Like, this is not the smart way of doing it. So I started with... but my logic was, wouldn't it be easier to work with the smaller combination to get 10 than to work with the bigger combination to get 25? So I said, okay, well, what would I ideally want to use for 10? And I said, like, we'll just try 532, see if that works. 532, oh, well, it works. What are the remaining numbers? It was whatever it was. And I put it in, like, it worked out that way, right? Much easier than just testing for 4 numbers instead of 3. The initial process pretty much is like, think of logical digital roots that would make the numbers you're trying to get, and then from there, it's choose the digital root that makes the most sense in that case. So for example, for 7, I was like, well, there's 16, and I thought about it for a bit. There's too many numbers to make 16, and I need more leeway, so that the next step is, how about 25? Right, so 25 made more sense, because I need to use 4 numbers on 25. So, I mean, it's a little bit messy, my thought process, but I'm working through it. Okay, so 1, 3, and 9 are not allowed, and I got 7 and 7. I mean, I'm willing to try 1625. We essentially just tried that. Let's see if that works. So once again, I'm denied 1, 3, and 9. That means I have a total of 3 and 3. Okay. So I have 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can I do 16 and 16 too? I'll test. What's another way of making 7? It is I just throw in 7, but I have a total of. Okay, so 25, 16, and 7 are my options for digital root of 7. Out of curiosity, does this total equal 25? I'll look up very quickly. 6 plus 4 is 10. Plus 5 is 15. Plus 2 is... I mean, you can just hit check and see. Okay. So it should be... Right. So that will not function because this is within the rules of the actual nonary games. So therefore, it must be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a total of 6. So it's ideally... It has to be 3 and 3, right? Because you can only have... You can only have 3 to 5 people entering a door. So it has to be a 3-3 combo. Got it. So now that I guaranteed that that is the case, now I can work through it again. Let's try this combo over here. Okay. So if I'm trying this, what is left over? I have 4, 5, and 7. Does 4, 5, and 7 equal anything for me? Equal 16, dude. 8, 2, 6, 16. 4, 5, 7, 16. We're done. Okay, Jesus. Okay, so the only issue now is that I'm missing this last spot here. Yeah, I'll try the coffin. I can't think of... I looked around the room decently, and I couldn't find another puzzle, so I'm guessing it is the coffin. But let me look at the very front again and see if I missed anything at the very front. I don't think there's a puzzle here. Pretty sure I clicked all around. So I guess it is the coffin. Where? Sorry, coffin was this right here? Yeah, it is. Okie doke. I mean, I was. It'll be exciting, but we didn't finish the puzzle yet, or everything in the room, so not yet, yeah. What is inside here? Let's look. Oh, well, that's convenient. So anyone with a good memory, so you know how this puzzle that I'm about to go to is pretty much a representation of how you shove people through doors, right? Does anyone recall the past combinations that we used to get through those exact doors? So could you solve that puzzle just purely from memory of like the events that happened in the game? Because that would have been really cool, I think. No? Okay. I think that would have been a nice touch, though, because I still think that there's multiple ways to be engaged in this story, right? Like I said before, you can solve the mystery using math. You can solve the mystery doing it kind of how I do it, right? Looking for what's effective writing, themes of the writing, and where it logically produces a result. And you can do it in more a traditional fashion when it comes to mystery, right? So I don't like I said, don't have much experience with mystery, and hey, it's pretty obvious I don't have much experience with puzzles, right? But I'm kind of curious if there's gonna be a time in the future where I feel more interested in mystery and I start to see how people do it more traditionally. So I'm saying, like, I don't know, you read a book from Agatha Christie and you're reading it and you're going like, okay, well, this is a clue here and how I break it down, this is why this is very logically the case that this person's the killer. Okay, so I'm denied 1, 3, 6, and 9. Out of curiosity, who here in the chat is super invested in the mystery genre? And if that's the case, what mystery stories would you recommend? Okay, so 1, 3, 6, and 9 are denied. So therefore, I have... Let's do this way, dude. Whoa. Bam, 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 bam. Okay. We have... Sorry. I thought in this game, you can only have 3 to 5 people go through a door. So is it a trick question? And I try to shove everyone through one door? That makes sense to me. I mean, if that's the case. Yeah, everyone just goes through one door. Okay, well, I mean, the reason why that worked out is because we understand what the puzzle is supposed to represent. So there, we're done. Okay. But that's essentially what I mean, right? There's multiple ways of engaging in this mystery, where you can do it the traditional way, where early on I was actually just working out on a piece of paper, or you can understand the theme, which is this puzzle is supposed to represent the game, and so if you understand the game, just shove everyone to one door. Huh. That's cool though, right? I love that. That is so awesome about the story. Yeah, and now that you understand that, Sylvex, right, there is like that ominous kind of feeling. Because what numbers were left out again? Can you... Sorry, who has the memory to recall that? What numbers were left out that didn't allow us to go through? It was 9, 1, 9, 3, 6. So 9 is dead. 1 is a villain. 3 is Santa. 6 is June, right? So assuming that Santa and June somehow do not come to our side, right? They are the true villains and the mastermind of this entire experiment. Then that is saying that you could never get out. And that is ominous, right? But that's the point that I'm making again. It's super cool how Uchikoshi writes that into you and how that message comes across. Like, how many people understood that message? That was fucking awesome.
A picture? What the...
Yeah. That is true. That is true as well. But you can also just kill someone and take their... Okay. Let's not think about that message.
What the hell is this?
Oh,
This man with a mustache on the right.
No worries. I'm glad that you're here.
He's the same guy we found murdered in the captain's quarters.
I mean, don't be surprised by that. Everyone saw that one.
He had the zero bracelet on his left arm. And this second man with the glasses and a doctor's coat. He's the 9th man. The one with bracelet number 9. He died after he went into door 5. But this guy, the one in the striped suit... Oh man, that's Ace.
Yep, that's a boy.
Yeah, I guess it is.
No doubt about it.
But what does it mean? What is Ace doing in this picture? Not only Ace, the 9th man and Cap too. And they look happy, like they knew each other well.
Yeah, so many people recommend me Shin Sekai Yori, and I think to myself, There has to be a reason why. I haven't seen it yet.
Why? How? How in the world are these 4 men connected?
You say Ace is in that picture?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it was taken recently, though. Ace, the 9th man, and Cap all look about 10 years younger.
Yeah, it's been a while, yeah.
Ah, so the 9th man and the man you found murdered in the captain's quarters are also in the picture?
The 9th man, yes. And the man you found murdered in camp, yep.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else? Or are there only 3 people in the picture? I'm afraid I can't see it.
Well, there's 4.
No, there's one more guy.
And he was the guy that was in your clothes, supposedly?
He's got kinda long hair, he looks smart, but a little cold. He's the only one I don't recognize.
What's the date of the photograph?
It doesn't have one.
Did you look on the back?
The back?
Yes, the reverse. The other side.
Huh. Praying for the success of the Nonary project. With Nijisaki, Kubota, and Musashido. Huh. Then the 4 men in this picture were the organizers of the Nonary game 9 years ago. That means Ace, the 9th man, and Cap were all responsible for making it happen. But I feel like I should be more shocked about this. It's almost as if that's just how things were always supposed to be. Why? Why am I not surprised? Ace was the one in charge of the Nonary project. But why? Why am I so calm?
Let me take a step back. What are you saying, Junpei? Start from here. I feel like I should be more shocked about this. Well, I mean, I understood earlier, but as you as a character feel like you should be shocked about this. Okay. It's almost as if that's just how things were always supposed to be. That their true identities did not come as a surprise was what Junpei found most surprising. Got it. Okay. Right. So this plays into the idea that I had earlier. That Junpei might have possibly been one of the experiments, the children in the original experiment, the Nonary project, right? And what leads me to that conclusion? Well, I'm not sure if it's the case. I'm just thinking about that, right? First thing would be transmitters and receivers, right? I was always wondering why Akane, sorry, I just had a huge brain fart. Why was Akane always falling sick? And she was also gripping her head, I think, as if she had a fever. And I thought to myself, well, that seems really suspicious. And she never really told me why you get so suddenly sick and feel better all of a sudden, right? So she's playing into this. The other thing was telepathy. So if telepathy is being sent one way, then who is sending the message to the receiver? And I thought Junpei as the receiver makes sense due to like visual aspects of the story, the UI, this thing that you're literally seeing right in front of you right now. Right? Like brain waves. What else? Convenient amnesia. Sure, I know 7 had amnesia, and I think that's a way of throwing you off. But Junpei also has amnesia to some degree, right? He doesn't remember absolutely everything about his past. I think he actually mentions that. And then he has trouble recalling, like, Akane, I think, at one point? Something like that. And then they had to talk about this story about how they were children, they were childhood friends, there we go, and they did that rabbit thing, right? Yeah, Junpei has a little bit of amnesia for some reason. I recall that, unless I'm going crazy. He had trouble, for some reason, recognizing Akane? Had they not met in a long time or something? Maybe that was the case at the beginning. But I do remember him mentioning something about having memory trouble, just like me, so go figure. And I thought to myself, well, that's kind of weird. Why would you have... Is anyone else having memory trouble? 7, sure, but anyone else having memory trouble? Okay, so maybe that's the logical reason for why he doesn't remember. He just haven't seen her in a while. I thought they were friends for a very long time. Surprisingly, Manu, actually that does happen. But yeah, that's a more logical reasoning for it. So now that I'm seeing you piece the things together and reminding me, so maybe I don't know though. I still feel like I remember reading something about that where he did have some memory issue. But maybe that all it was just he doesn't remember Akane from a long time ago. I mean, that would still work out. Okay, so let's take that out of my basis for thinking Junpei might be involved with the original 999 project, the Nonary project, right? So then what else could lead me to that? So visuals could possibly lead me to that. His connection with Akane, and if Akane is supposed to be a person who was there in the past, which her name was mentioned, right? She supposedly had died. At least a person named Akane could have died. So she was involved. Maybe Junpei isn't involved in the 99 project whatsoever in the past, and the only thing he is a receiver. But that's still a little bit weird because he recalls information from other routes, right? And it's not like if you had zero training that would be 100% easy, unless Akane is really talented as a telepath. So there's still that kind of possibility. Are you following my line of thinking, or is what I'm saying really confusing to you? The girl who died was with the receivers. Is that true? Akane, was she a receiver? Unfortunately, this is something I don't remember them saying. Was it confirmed that Akane was a receiver, the person who died? Okay, so that possibility still does exist. Okay, anyway. Pushing that aside, is there anything else that I think might lead to this? So I remember spending like 10-15 minutes last stream talking about the meta theory, right? And how by engaging in this game, we are essentially living through the Nonary projects. We are using, what's the term again? Morphogenic fields? So the way they described it, in more layman terms, is the morphogenic field is a controller, kind of? I mean, that's how I wrote it. Let me see what my notes are again. I had a picture too, it was really stupid. Morphogenic field. Info can be transferred, and it's a control, in quotes. It's like a space in between two people. So it acts like a catalyst, and there's a better word for it. It's like a space in the air. I still call it ether. It's like an ether in which you can send information through it. And it's also the control that you use to make someone think something. Why did I mention that? Because I was talking about the meta aspects, right? Yeah, I think that's the case. So, where was this again? My notes say there's a disconnect between the body and the mind, telepathy, and also gameplay. So it applies to the medium of the game. Transitions look like a screen. We're seeing things through screens. What if Zero is the player trying to control the process of the game to come to a conclusion? Okay, so now that I know all this information, is there anything that would imply that now? Okay, so previously, on the mention of duality, they were talking about light and dark as a theme inside the room when Snake was inside the coffin. I recall that being mentioned. And then we learned like a few minutes after that Santa and June could possibly be different people. So there's that aspect of it. Also, they're different numbers. So there's that aspect of that. Also, Santa has talked before about the origins of Santa having two sides of himself, right? The white Santa and the black Santa. And how the white Santa gives gifts and the Santa in black gives... I don't think it was coal. I think he actually tricks children. and then one of them dies. I forgot how that happened, right? And then they become whole. They become the Santa that we know nowadays, right? The one that wears red. I'm wondering if that's going to be a thing later. Is that the idea of it? I mean, I don't go that far. Okay, so how does everything add together? Am I trying to prove anything to anyone? I don't think so. Right now, what I'm doing is I am trying to recall information presented to me in the story. I am wondering what the author is telling me through the themes that he is applying to the story, and that I am testing to see if it makes logical sense from a writing perspective, right? So why would this theme keep repeatedly appearing? It must be important. Why is it important to the overall story? That's normally what I do when I read a book or I watch a movie. I notice a common pattern, and then I try to see if it's intentional. If it's intentional, why? And then I keep going forward like that. That's actually how I mainly got through this mystery, right? This thing keeps appearing. It's a theme. Why is it a theme? What's the point of it? Or like, this is a writing aspect that is being shown here. Why are you doing that? I can't figure it out. Oh, now I understand, right? And that's all I'm doing. I'm just testing these ideas presented to me until I figure it out.
It's like I already knew.
Thank you, T-Lock. You guys are really flattering me. I really appreciate that you enjoy VNs as much as I do.
Ah, of course. I understand now.
You know, I used to think, and I'm being serious when I say this, I used to think that I didn't know anyone that liked visual novels around me at all. And then it turns out, apparently the anime FGC does like visual novels. Go figure. I mean, it makes sense to me. I just didn't dawn in my head until I realized that, hey, T-Lock likes visual novels. Hey, my friend Dom likes visual novels. Hey, Daryl likes visual novels. Hey, Lost Soul likes visual novels. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm not alone at all. People actually like this stuff.
Ace was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. He was the one who invented the game 9 years ago. He was Gentaro Hongo.
Ace is Hongo?
I had my suspicions from the beginning. Their voices were similar. Too similar to be a coincidence. I could never forget his voice. It was the voice of the devil. I couldn't be sure, though. After all, I had no way to check. I certainly couldn't ask him.
Oh, thank you again, T-Lock.
Even if I had known, however, I would never have told you. Zero made it quite clear what would have happened if I did.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
Huh?
I didn't know that Ace was Hongo.
What? But didn't you... Was that in the other timeline? Because I'm losing my mind here. I think it was in the other branch?
Yes. I suppose you wouldn't have. 9 years ago, you were in Building Q in Nevada, but Hongo was in the Gigantic with us.
Maybe in the other branch she was dead. Yes, she was. She was dead. Oh, God. Everything's flooding.
I know. That's why I didn't know what Hongo looked like. But why? Why didn't you tell me? I mean, I'm your sister, right? You could have told me.
I'm sorry. I apologize for keeping this from you. But if I'd told you, Clover, you would have told everyone else. And if you did, then I would have been forced to tell them about what happened 9 years ago. I had to prevent that.
Hey, Junpei. You think I could borrow that picture for a sec?
Sorry. So we are on this branch right now. I am saying on this branch, she was dead. And I'm pretty sure that was the case, because I do recall that. He found her in a room with the safe, and she found a code that we used to unlock the coffin on this branch. And then Ace stabbed her in the back, so she was dead in the other route. So the reason why I was confused was because why would you not know that that man is Gentaro when he got tricked by it? Because that was a really big scene. I realized, oh, that's right, she died in that.
Sure.
Hongo Kubota. Nijisaki Musashiro. Hongo Kubota. Nijisaki Musashiro.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki. Thank you. Okay.
Hongo Kubota Nijisaki Musashiro.
You're remembering this? Okay, tell me more.
Hey, Seven, do you?
Shut it. Just be quiet.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm this close to remembering. This close. Hongo Kubota Nijisaki Musashiro. Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Nonary Project. Shit.
What?
What's wrong?
Holy shit, this is nuts.
What's nuts?
I remember
Remember what?
everything.
Everything?
Yeah, I remember all of it. My memory's back. I remember what happened before I got snatched.
Perfect. Okay.
What?
Let me tell you what happened. Like Snake said, Ace is Hongo from the right. The other three are Musashido, Nijisaki, and Kubota.
Okay.
Musashido was the man with the cash.
Makes sense.
Nijisaki was Hongo's right-hand man. And Kubota developed the actual technical details of the experiments.
Okay, clarified.
How do you know all this?
Come on, man, I told you, I finally got my memory back.
No, that's not what I mean. I'm trying to ask you why you knew all this stuff in the first place, before you forgot it.
You really want to know?
Of course.
Me too.
This is gonna take a while. Hell, it'll probably take me a good 3 days to tell you everything.
Well, we don't have 3 days.
Just give us the short version, all right?
Short version, huh? Alright, fine. I'll give it a shot. No promises, though. I'm a detective. It's a little awkward to say this about myself, but you could probably consider me a lone wolf type.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
I hold to my own code, because I think doing what's right is more important than doing what you're told. That's why I followed my gut that night. A slim lead brought me to the wharf. It was 9 years ago. The wharf had been cold as fuck, and I could barely see squat. I was investigating a mess of kidnappings, all of them children. It all had one thing in common. A history of visits to one particular hospital. A hospital under the management of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. And my investigation had turned up evidence that Cradle had been involved in the kidnappings. After a little sweet talking, I managed to finally get a real lead from someone inside Cradle. My source told me this.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
Oh, duh. Oh my god. I feel like a fucking moron now. Do you know why it's significant, besides plot reasons, why there are 2 sets of 9 children? 9, together is 18. Digital root is 9. Jesus. I was kind of wondering why would you do that other than plot reasons?
So I headed to the wharf.
Anyway, I know that's a super stupid thing just to remember, but I was like, oh, okay, cool.
In the shadows, I searched the harbor until I found the ship he was talking about. There was a bunch of movement near it. Men in black suits, many of them carrying large bags. Bags. There was something about the way they moved as they were carried.
Let me just say one thing before we continue. I have never really been good with how to use numbers in writing symbolically, right? So it's actually really cool to me that I'm finally experiencing a work that actually cares about it.
No doubt about it. There were human beings in those bags. I moved before I realized it. I came out of hiding with my gun already in my hand.
Don't move.
I felt metal touch the back of my head.
Drop the gun. I could kill you right now. It'd be easy to get away with it, too. Just tie an anchor to your feet, and no one would find you for a week. That what you want? The fish here would love a meal.
He kept digging the cold metal thing into my skull. There was nothing I could do. I did what he said and laid my gun on the ground. Then suddenly, there was a sharp pain in my neck. A needle.
A drug?
That was my last thought. My face hit cold concrete. I was out like a light after that. I woke up on a hard floor. Damn it! Shit, my head hurts. I did a quick once-over of the room. Where am I? A small, shabby bed, a dirty sink. A toilet with no privacy. I'd seen it countless times as a cop. I'm in a cell, huh? Facing the toilet was a door set into the wall. I was still pretty woozy, but I made my way over to it. I pushed and pulled on it, but... it won't open. Not like I expected much else. Would be dumb enough to put me in a cell and leave it unlocked. Threw myself against the door a few times, but it wouldn't budge. I knew it.
I mean, I still appreciate the submarine ending, not just for completionist's sake, but because it leaves me so confused and suspicious, right? Everyone, well, okay, I guess in some degree it doesn't leave me suspicious because people are dead, so I guess I'm assuming the killer can't be that person because they're dead, but everyone dies.
I gave up and made my way back to the bed and sat down. I sat there for a very, very long time. Who knows how long. Then, I heard a faint voice. The voice was far away. I couldn't understand what it was saying, but I could hear one. It was pretty high, probably a little kid. Huh? No, it was several. I hear 5 or 6, maybe more. Where? Where are they coming from? I pressed my ear to the wall and tried to listen through it. No, that's not it. Left. It's coming from under the bed?
Just because someone is dead doesn't mean they can't be the killer. Damn it, man! Now you foiled my plan.
I hauled on the metal frame and flipped the thing over.
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about.
And there it was. The bed had hidden an air vent under it. The hole in the wall was covered by a metal grate. I dropped flat on the floor and peered through the grate. I couldn't see shit.
Oh boy, so that looks like we have a technical problem. That would most likely be... Oop, okay, hang on. Okay, hang on. I'm still here. It is just Comcast.
But I knew it in my gut. This was where those voices were coming from.
Yeah, there we go. So, unfortunately, I have internet issues even at 11 p.m. at night. But I'm glad you're all here.
Hold on. Why are there kids here? But then what my inside man told me popped into my head.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Am I on that ship? Didn't matter. All I knew was I had to get to those kids. I checked out the metal grate. Could I fit? I stuck my fingers in and grabbed it. And then...
I don't know why. I think that's just like a okay, wait, move on. Okay.
Yeah. How do you like that, you son of a bitch?
Out of context 999. Yep, exactly.
I finally got the damn thing off. Sweat was dripping down my face. So I wiped it off and crawled inside. The first bit or so was tight. I had a wriggle on my belly. Wind up eventually, and there was space for me to crawl along on my hands and knees. I went from crawling like a worm in dirt to skittering like a bug. Couldn't say it was much better, but I'd take what I could get. And when I'd been in the thing long enough to start wondering where it'd take me, a massive sound nearly scared the piss out of me. It was like a heavy metal door had just been slammed shut. Then, there was a voice. What? I wasn't sure what it meant, but anything with incinerator is bad news. Then, almost as if that was a cue, I heard a mess of young-sounding voices.
Oh, that voice sounds very familiar. Is that Clover? I would have to hear it again.
A
But...
bunch of them were straight up screaming in terror. And all the sounds together made a howl that made the hair on my neck stand straight up. Damn it! What the hell is going on here? I scrambled through the duct as fast as I could. I made a giant racket, but I didn't care at that point. I soon found a metal door on the left side of the duct. The kids were screaming on the other side.
That's right, that's right. We're on the Gigantic right now. Nevada is a building built to look like the ship. So, I mean, is this Nevada or is this the... No, this should be the Gigantic. He should have been taken from the dock and put on the ship, logically. So Clover should not be here. Okay, there we go.
Found it. I yanked the handle and threw the door open. I almost ripped the metal off its hinges. What the hell is this place? I couldn't believe what I saw. The room had a dome up top. There had to be about 9 walls, all the same size. Up in the ceiling was an upside-down funnel, almost like a chimney. I looked down. There they were, the kids I'd been searching for.
I could definitely pick out one very clear one, but the bottom left?
They all gawked up at me, suddenly silent. For the moment, from
Maybe
surprise and fear.
Okay, well, we'll let it go.
Scared of the room or me, I couldn't tell. Probably both, actually. Not like I can blame them running into a mug like this when they're already scared shitless. I snorted at my own dig at myself and turned to the kids. Don't worry, kids, I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. All of them stood there, frozen. Well, except one. He was a boy, slightly older than the others, in a private school uniform.
Okay, so now we know when this happens.
Who the hell are you?
He stepped forward and glared at me suspiciously. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you.
Yeah, because when this happened in the submarine ending, here, right? First, it was my very first ending, and so I didn't have context at all. And so I was like, oh, he remembers the past? Clearly, that was, I don't know, 7 days ago or something. But now, it's, yeah, obvious.
Like they relaxed some the second I got the words out.
How are you gonna help us?
Where's the exit?
There isn't one. The doors we came in through won't open, and the door over there...
He kind of cut himself off. I think he was considering something.
Yeah, he was interrupted during the submarine ending. So we didn't get to see all of this. Otherwise, it would be huge, way too much information.
Anyway, there's no point. We can't all get out of here. If we don't get out of here, we're gonna be burned to death.
Burned to death?
Can't you hear it? That voice said the incinerator's gonna start up soon. So...
The voice spoke again.
Incineration will begin in 15 minutes.
They only had 15 minutes. I looked back down at the kids.
Yeah, I know. That's why it ended early.
Looks like a good 20 or 30 feet to the floor. No way I could pull them up. Too big of a distance for any of us to reach. What the hell was I gonna do? But then I got an idea. Wait right there. I'm gonna be right back.
What? Where is he going? Are you just gonna leave us here?
They just got frightened again. I'm not the best at that kind of thing, but I tried to reassure them with a smile. Don't worry, all right? I'll be back, I promise. So just stay calm and wait right there. Got it?
Okay, well, to be specific, he got interrupted. I still recall that, but he didn't mention anything about the 4 big heads, so... I assume he didn't get all his memory, because the fact that he very specifically emphasized, I remember everything, is important now, right?
I didn't wait to hear them respond. There wasn't time.
Are you sure he didn't get interrupted? Because I recall that.
Well, as fast as a guy could on his hands and knees. Didn't take me long to get back to my cell. Still no way out of there, but I had a plan. I needed something from the room. When I got it, I dove back into the hole and took off towards the incinerator.
He couldn't remember anything after the grate in the sub-ending. That's so weird. I'd still... Okay, I mean, if he didn't remember everything and that was the reason why I suddenly cut off, that still works perfectly, whatever.
Then... Sorry to keep you waiting, guys. I tipped out the doorway and dropped down the rope I brought with me. Back in the cell, I'd torn the bed sheets into strips and tied them together to make a rope. It was sloppy, but it got the job done. All right, just tie that around yourself, okay? I'll pull you up one at a time.
Right.
Huh. Wait a sec. Something was off. There were more of you before. Where'd the rest of you go? The boy in the uniform answered.
I let them go on ahead. We opened the number 9 door and they left.
What? You're telling me you opened that door?
That's what I said!
Then what the hell are you doing here?
We couldn't go with them!
Why not?
Look, the only people who can go through the numbered door...
He was in the middle of explaining when...
Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
Okay, let's just get these kids up here, please.
The wall shook a bit from the voice bouncing around.
Look, that can wait, alright? Just get us out of here!
Right! I grabbed onto the rope. First one I pulled up was a girl with a ponytail. Next was a girl with a red necktie. A boy in a jacket came after. He said he'd climb up on his own. The boy in the uniform was the last up. Like the other kid, he climbed up the rope himself. He looked pretty scrawny, but I guess he was stronger than he looked. He moved fast, but when he was almost to me, we heard some knocking. Everyone looked at the door. It had a thick, square window set into it. On the other side, an angry face was staring in.
God damn it! What's going on here? Why is the room empty? Where the hell are those fucking kids?
Damn.
The door opened, and a man stepped in looking half mad with fury. I recognized his face. I saw him many times in photos during my investigation. The man's name was Gintaro Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo saw the boy hanging from the rope. Yeah! It was like he was an animal. He lunged for the rope. Hurry!
I know!
The boy in the uniform booked it up the rope.
You son of a bitch! Get back here, you little shit!
15 feet. 10. The second I could reach the kid, I grabbed him. I hauled him up and tossed him into the duct behind me.
No! No!
Hongo had lost it. His face didn't even look human. It was like the bastard pulled off his fake face. He was really a terrifying devil or some kind of damn monster. I quickly reeled in the rope, leaving a furious Hongo yelling at me from the floor.
You fucking bastard! You won't get away with this! How dare you compromise this experiment!
Experiment? What experiment?
Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
Hey, old man! What the hell are you doing? Hurry up!
No kidding.
The boy in the uniform was trying to get my attention. I may have thrown a salute in the raging asshole's face before I closed the door behind me.
I appreciate that.
I went to going back to the cell, so we went down the other direction instead. After about 30 feet, we came across another duct on the left. This one was heading down. Everybody nodded and took turns sliding down it. The duct emptied us out into a narrow hallway. There was a door on either side. The one on the left was a normal double door. But the one on the right was familiar. Black and yellow stripes, and a device next to it on the wall. A plate on it read, Incinerator. Incinerator?
Yeah, that's where we were.
It was the girl with the red tie who answered me. We were inside an incinerator?
Yeah, Hongo might still be there. It looks like it's been shut off, though.
Wait, what? If he's still in there...
Yeah, that's not good.
That meant we'd better. We gotta get out of here. Go to the other door, hurry! The kids started running, and I was close on their heels. On the other side of the door was a large spiral staircase. Run! Didn't need to tell them twice. We went up and up and up. Our feet pounded the steps. Our arms pumping fast.
Hey, Seven, can I just say one thing, man? You make an amazing storyteller. Do you want to become a writer after this?
We went round and round and round. The devil was on our tail. The stairway kept going. We passed a couple of landings when the boy in the uniform suddenly spoke.
Something's up. Akane's not catching up to us.
Honestly, it's an art to be able to do that. It's not easy.
Akane?
My kid's sister. The girl with the red necktie.
Akane. That's strange. I didn't remember seeing that name on the list of missing kids.
Sorry, one more time? Right, because they said 16 or something, and it's actually 18. Okay.
Hey! Akane!
He kept his hands around his mouth and yelled.
Maybe we outran her.
The boy in the uniform skidded to a stop. I stopped too, and so did the other two kids. When did we do that?
Well, we passed a couple big rooms on the way here. Maybe she took a rest in one of them?
One more time?
No, that's impossible.
Sorry, Grandpa. You keep going. I gotta go look for her downstairs.
He turned to go.
Hey, kid, wait! God damn it, I said wait!
I don't think the kid even heard me.
Fuck!
Man, Santa as a kid? Assuming that's Santa. If I knew he was like this, wow, what a change in character.
I spun around to the boy in the jacket, the girl with the ponytail.
I'm going after him. You two keep going, alright? Got it?
The girl nodded and ran up the stairs. The boy.
I'm going with you.
Sounds familiar.
I didn't have time to argue. I just nodded and took off down the stairs. I could hear him following me. We ran all the way to the bottom floor, calling for her. Akane was nowhere to be found.
God damn it, where the hell did she go?
I could tell the kid was frustrated, and then suddenly...
Help me! Somebody help me!
We heard a girl's voice.
Akane!
The boy in the uniform threw open the door and leapt into the hallway by the incinerator. We rushed in after him. I couldn't for the life of me believe what we were seeing. That bastard Hongo had Akane by the arm and was forcing her into the incinerator.
Shit, man, holy!
Come on, goddammit, move!
No, I don't want to! Let me go, please! Let go of me!
She planted her feet squarely on the floor and was struggling to get away. But Hongo was bigger and stronger. She wasn't gonna win.
Was that a 5? I mean, sure, 5.
Akane!
My brother roared with anger and charged toward Hongo.
Help me!
Ah! You're too late, idiot!
Hongo lifted Akane bodily into the air and threw her, still fighting him, into the incinerator.
Ah!
Before we could even blink, Hongo had leapt through the door after her. We saw him land inside. And then, the door slammed shut. We ran to the door. We did everything we could think of to get the thing open. But...
Ah! Fuck! It's no use! The goddamn thing won't move an inch!
he started slamming his fists against the door. He was close to shattering his knuckles with how hard he pounded on it.
Akane! Akane! Are you okay?
Man, this entire chat ingratiates everyone to believe in a lie. And that lie is I'm 0. Okay? Hey, I'm not 0. The lie is I'm 0.
You came back!
Her voice was muffled, but all of us could hear the sheer terror in it.
What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here!
Where's Hongo?
He went out the other door!
Sometimes I wonder, like, if people from the FGC come into my chat and then they leave and then they talk to me, do they think I'm actually a bully in real life? I hope that's not the case.
What?
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
God, it's so weird too because, like, the FGC right now is having this discussion about FGC villains and whether it's even rational to have them as like a heel in the storyline, I guess is one way of putting it.
Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Man, what would happen if I turned into a heel? That's just thinking about that kind of makes me laugh.
Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
Are you fucking kidding me? It's the same damn thing!
Are you there?
Yeah, we're here. Just hang on, alright? We're gonna figure out a way to save you.
You guys are hurting me.
His words would have seemed like a sick joke to her if she'd been able to see how white and bloodless his face was right then.
Incineration will begin in 17 minutes.
Please! Please help me! I'm really scared! I don't want to die, please! I don't want to die! I don't want to die!
It's gonna be alright. I'll figure something out. I promise. I promise, okay? You hear me? I promise!
It was torture listening to her sobbing on the other side of the door. Her brother was nearly crying himself. He could only stand there, fists clenched so tight his knuckles were white.
what happened then?
You'll find out in just a moment. I'm gonna grab some more water and I'll be right back. But before I do so, important message to the chat, okay? Tonight is the last night that we are going to vote for the FinestKO subs. If you are a subscriber on our channel, please go to our Discord and vote so you can determine, honestly, it's kind of close right now for third place. 3 of the emotes are going to be turned into official emotes. Just keep in mind that if you haven't joined our Discord before, you have to connect your Twitch account to Discord in order to see the subscriber section. And in the subscriber section is a section where you can vote. It's a subscriber voting section. It's pretty easy. You click on it, go to the link, go to the image, choose which 3 emotes you like the most, and you could easily turn the tide between what is chosen and what goes into like the FKZ and Discord section for free, so don't worry about that. The next thing is, if you want to help support the chat, all you gotta do is retweet that link and support the chat. I mean, support the stream. And I guess I'll do this since I'm gonna be bouncing and coming back anyway. I'm Koopa. There are 2 streamers on FinestKO. I stream on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and sometimes the weekends at 8 p.m. PST. This weekend's a little bit up in the air. I'm not sure if I'll be very busy, but I'll try my best to stream on Saturday. So if that happens, I'll let you know. The other streamer is Spirit Juice. He streams on Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays at 8 p.m. PST. So pretty much in an ideal situation, every single day we stream at 8 p.m. PST. Okay, last but not least, if you haven't followed us already, we're FinestKO, a variety stream with fighting game roots. You can know when streams and events happen by following our Twitter at twitter.com/FinestKO and facebook.com/FinestKO. You can follow me personally at twitter.com/FaceKoopa, and our Discord essentially does the same thing. It announces streams and events, and you can hang out with our community. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water, and I'll be back shortly. Also, you're all on a boat, and it's about to explode in 9 minutes, so good luck. Guys, please. You're not actually on a boat. You're in a social experiment to see human nature and how people work together under dire circumstances. Okay? Don't worry about it. There's no way anyone's gonna die in this chat, I promise.
Come on, man. Put yourself in my shoes. It doesn't end good. You think I want to remember that?
Then...
Yeah. Shit. If I'd known it was gonna be like this, I almost wish I hadn't remembered.
Hey, are you sure?
Huh?
Look, I don't want to ask this either, but there's something I don't get. So if you could just tell me, did that girl, Akane, really...
Yeah, I'm sure. There wasn't anything we could do. After a while, the countdown ended, and we heard something... burning. The fire stopped, but we still didn't move. Me and the jacket kid were frozen. The boy in the uniform collapsed as if he couldn't hold himself up anymore.
Oof. Comcast being a bully to me. Okay, I guess I'll wait for a hot second here. Alright, one moment. Okay, so sorry. I know it's not the best night for Comcast to be ruining our finale, but hopefully you guys are back.
A few minutes passed. The door opened. The boy in the uniform tripped over his own feet running in. We followed, too numb to speak. The air in the incinerator was hot. Every breath made my lungs feel like they were on fire. It was like standing on hot asphalt. The air was wavering, and in the middle of the room, there it lay. The kid's legs were shaking so bad, I don't know how he managed to walk. I couldn't see his face, but his body somehow looked empty. Finally, he reached it. He fell to his knees as his legs gave out on him. And then...
Can I ask you one more thing?
What's that?
The girl, Akane. What was her last name?
Oh, Thunderhog, thank you for subscribing.
What does it matter to you?
Just tell me, okay? Please?
Kurashiki. Her name was Akane Kurashiki. You were there that day, weren't you? The tall kid in the jacket. That was you, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. You are correct, Detective. Don't misunderstand me. I told you before how Zero threatened me. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't say anything about what happened 9 years ago.
So you're saying you're not working for Zero, right?
Of course not.
Clover, what about you?
Hey, come on! You really think I'm working with Zero? I told you before, you idiot! I was in Nevada, in Building Q. I did hear that a detective rescued the kids on the boat, but I didn't know it was you.
Well, I guess I believe you. All right, let me ask you another question. Santa's real name is Aoi Kurashiki.
Well, bitch. Okay, let me write that one down. You know what? I'll remember that. Wait, what?
He's Akane's brother.
Yeah, that took me a while to recognize that last name.
You know that?
No, I didn't.
No, I didn't. Did you?
Well, yes. I know Aoi Kurashiki was her brother.
Bitch! Why did you say something?
But I didn't know he was Santa. At least not from the beginning. 9 years ago, he was in the middle of puberty. His voice is entirely different now.
But... Fine, okay, I'll give you that.
I'm ashamed to say that even my exceptional hearing wasn't able to make that connection. As such, I had no reason to think Santa was Aoi.
When did you figure it out?
Clover told me that Santa might have been one of the subjects of the initial experiment. It was only a short while ago, while we were leaving the library. When she told me that, I had a feeling.
Santa is Aoi? Akane Kurashiki, June's brother? There's still a lot we don't know. I mean, like, a lot. But there is one thing I think we can say we know.
What's that?
The body we found in the shower room. It had to be Nijisaki, dressed up to look like Snake.
What?
Come on, man. What kind of detective are you? You didn't figure that out already?
Hey, go easy on me, man. I just got my memory back, all right? Cut me some slack.
Well, if he is, the 3 murders make sense then, don't they? Yeah, that's right. Murder. Kubota blew himself up, but that was murder too. So why did these murders take place?
If Junpei is correct, and the body in the shower room was Nijisaki's...
So once we get past this section, maybe I'll start talking about something. I'm still trying to figure something out right now.
That means all of the people who were murdered were involved with the creation of the Nonary Project. Kubota, the person who conducted the actual experiments. Nijisaki, Hongo's assistant. Musashido, the man who financed the project.
You mean this was all just revenge? Santa is Zero. He's getting revenge for the death of his sister. That's why he killed them.
No, I don't think Santa actually murdered anyone. If I'm right, then it's not hard to figure out who the next victim's gonna be, is it? I'm pretty sure I don't have to tell you.
Yes.
Yep,
Right.
The next target will be Gentaro Hongo.
the person who planned the Nonary project.
In other words, Ace.
What? What the hell's going on here?
It must be 6 a.m. Our time is up.
I think my voice, at least when I look at my mixer, it is louder than the game.
Shit!
Come on, we need to get out of here.
But I did adjust the volume a little bit for you, so don't worry.
How?
I'm betting this sucker opens the exit. Come on, let's go.
Okay. Okay, so I want you to give me about just 1 minute to think about a few things before I continue. I don't think I'm honestly ready to have a conversation right now. I'm just trying to piece together ideas. Okay, so what I'm thinking in my head is the significance of returning back to the same location, how duality functions from youth to adulthood here, and how it returns back. Oh! Yeah, but how do I explain that? It's like saying all paths lead to the same location. I mean, map-wise, that's been shown a lot of times in this VN, where like 2 different doors doesn't really matter. You're going to the same location anyway. You know what's really funny? I just drew 2 9 doors, and in between was the door opening. But anyway, that's not significant. I'm thinking about something else too. So I'm gonna give myself 15 more seconds and see if this is gonna make any sense here. So I can definitely see the revival theme starting to pop up more and more now. Oh, it's a transition period. Isn't that the case? Because if duality exists, then what's the transition from one part to the next? And how that happens, right? So using youth as the starting ground, and then having that 9-year period in which... Why is 9 significant again? Because when you add 9 to something, it ends up being the same. So then the fact that when you add 9 to a group means that the end result is the same. So what does that mean again? Hang on, I don't know how to piece all these thoughts together. You start as young kids, and ultimately you come back to where you started. Sure, why is that? Because you want revenge, question mark. So the transition from one side of duality to the other happens in between that period, which is you get older, obviously. Okay, so if we're using the theme of rebirths, let me write this down. Okay, so I'm gonna give myself 2 more minutes, I'm sorry. If you're using the theme of rebirth, which is either you literally come back to life after dying, so I'll write that down. You are revived, literally, from death. You are revived from death. Or the metaphorical rebirth, which is your character changes. So a rebirth in the... what do you call it again? The rebirth in a hero's journey is not literal, although sometimes it can be. The rebirth in a hero's journey is you change from one character into the hero, right? You learn the lessons that are necessary to confront your ordeal, and because of that rebirth, you come out a stronger person. So if you don't understand what I'm saying, it's the steps in the hero's journey, which is a classic writing structure that is circular, right? Where you begin your adventure is where you end on your adventure. You have a homecoming. Okay. Anyway, so rebirth also means a character change, a major character change. So character change. So how does that apply to 9? So make a thought here. This applies to 9 because when you add 9, the end result is the same? Question mark. That doesn't make sense. Rebirth means what? Rebirth means you are reborn from death. It also means a character change. Rebirth is a circle, so you come back into living again. So that's the idea of like reincarnation, I guess. So reincarnation. Okay. Okay, so if we're talking about reincarnation now, why does adding 9 to something and having the same result means reincarnation? I don't understand how to connect that idea. But I honestly think it's there, but I don't get it. Because the journey that they make from the beginning ends up in the same place. Why is that equal 9? I don't understand. I'm having trouble. I don't get it. Why do they... Okay, one more time. Adding 9 to a group doesn't change the end result. It's the same thing. If reincarnation is a circle, aka it's a journey from death to life, you return to the same location. So I am born, I die, I am born again. Okay. I understand that logic. And then there's definitely the idea of 9 being like a branching point, but I don't know if I can go that far. Where is reincarnation coming from? Okay, let's start with something really simple. Okay, so Snake is a character who was presumed to be dead. Presumedly dead, right? Because of plot reasons. So his clothes were on someone, and they activated the switch, and we didn't check his face because it was blown off, and we thought Snake was dead. Him coming back into the story is like a reincarnation. We thought he was dead, now he's alive, okay? That's one aspect of rebirth, or reincarnation, right? The other aspect of rebirth / reincarnation is a character change. It is a metaphorical death. So when is that actually where you're confused? The literature idea of a character pushing their old self away, like the old self dies, right? And they become a new person, like being reborn as a new person. Not literally, but this time metaphorically or in literature. So like a phoenix. So that makes sense now? Okay, alright. Okay, so I'll use resurrection. The reason why I used reincarnation is because the circular idea is very common in Buddhist themes. Yeah, and there's also June. I'm really thinking that I'm ready to say that about Akane already. Yes, that is not something that is new. That is something that has been played over and over in literature. So that idea is not something that should be like super revealing or anything. I'm just trying to figure out right now why the story is structured this way. And now that I understand a little bit more about how he uses numbers, and oh my god, even the card fucking shows it, right? I'm trying to piece together how I'm trying to piece together how a story that is that is a thriller that has mystery aspects to it, that is high intensity, that has a lot of action, I guess. That kind of story also covers its bases very well to give more meaning to it. That's all I'm really saying. So I haven't fully thought out everything yet, but I took that, what, 10, 15 minutes to figure it out. This is something that, if I were to write an article about, which I'm not, I'm sorry, I'm not going to write an article about this game. I would probably sit here for like 30 to 40 minutes just thinking that idea over and over.
Huh. I think the shaking stopped.
It would seem so, but we are yet to be out of danger.
You're right. Let's hurry.
This exit needs the Uranus card too. Hey, Junpei.
Yeah, I know. All right, it's open. Let's go. Okay, Neptune Key, let's see if you work.
0, you end up in the same place you began because you didn't move. 9, you end up in the same place where you began because you came back to it.
Yes! I think it unlocked. It says incinerator. So this is the incinerator.
This is the first time I've seen it from this side, but yeah, I think so.
Okay, that's makes sense.
Then there ought to be a lever near the door.
Yeah, right here.
Pull that and the door should open.
Got it. Let's go. What the hell is going on?
I don't know.
What's wrong? Are you okay?
Jumpy, you came to get me.
Yeah, like honestly, it feels really weird for me to get pulled by a story before I am ready. But that's kind of what thrillers are supposed to do, right? They don't want you to just sit there and be like, okay, let me think about everything.
Of course I did. I made a promise.
I'm so glad you're here. So glad.
Hey, what happened to you?
I'm fine. I just fainted. I wasn't feeling very good. I'm feeling a lot better now, though.
Are you sure?
Yes. I just need to rest a little longer. I'm sure I'll be fine. You shouldn't worry about me.
Santa.
Hey, where is it? Where's the gun? You hide it somewhere?
I don't have it. I got sucker punched and they took the gun.
What? Who took it?
What? Isn't that obvious?
I took the gun.
Bitch.
Ace.
Well, it's certainly like we're coming back to the same place we've been before.
Just what the hell do you think you're doing, Ace? Or maybe I ought to say Gentaro Hongo, CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals?
You have me at a disadvantage. And I don't like that. You know me, but I don't know you. Do you have any idea how much I've suffered? Can you even begin to understand my pain?
The pain of prosopagnosia, right?
Another irritating insect. And how do you know that?
Good question.
No matter. If you don't want to answer, it makes no difference to me. This is a waste of time anyway. It's time for me to go. First is 1. Give me your hand. 8. And with this, 9.
The 9th man. Kubota's bracelet.
I believe I've won this game. I've had quite a time playing with you. I must thank Zero, I suppose.
How do you even continue a story from this? I can't believe there's a sequel to this game.
Wait, what?
No, right, Junpei? Like, this feels very self-contained.
Ace doesn't know who Zero is. What the hell are you planning, Santa?
At any rate, this game ends now. I will escape, and the rest of you will have a slightly less pleasant ending. I suggest you enjoy your final moments. Goodbye. Wait! What? Why isn't it opening? One more time. Now open! No! What is this? Why? That digital route should be 9! It has to be 9! Then why? Why isn't it opening? Now! No! Oh.
Oh, that was close. Too close. Thank you, Seven.
Thank God, I know, right?
Don't mention it. Just one punch ain't enough for this piece of shit. After what he did 9 years ago, I ought to rip him to pieces. But if a suspect can't talk, they ain't much good. Once he's locked up in a cell, we're gonna have a little chat.
9 years ago? Then you must be...
Yeah, you finally figured it out, dumbass.
Honestly, it feels like the only person who hasn't changed was Ace.
Ace.
I mean, I think that's on purpose.
You killed Kubota, Nijisaki, and Musashido, didn't you?
Wait, Nijisaki?
Oh, right. You don't know yet.
Oh, and by what I mean by changed, I don't mean from being innocent to being revealed as the villain. No, I mean ultimately he was a villain all along. That idea.
All right. We'll just go through them in order then. Let's start off with Kubota. You talked to Kubota and managed to convince him to go into door 5 alone.
Okay.
You killed him without making it look like you killed him. The way I figure it, you had 4 motives. 1. In the nonary game, the number 9 is dangerous. Whoever had the 9 bracelet could join whatever team they wanted.
Yeah.
Adding 9 to any number doesn't change the digital route, which means that number 9 could do whatever they wanted. You wanted to remove that threat as soon as possible. 2. You wanted the number 9 bracelet for yourself, so that you could make use of its power. In fact, you did use it in the murder of Nijisaki. 3. Even if his number hadn't been 9, Kubota was a problem. He knew your past. He knew what had happened 9 years before. You needed to silence him before he told anyone. 4. But last, and perhaps the most disturbing, you used Kubota as a test. You wanted to know how serious this nonary game was. Was it truly life or death, or simply a harmless prank? You convinced him to break the rules so you could see what would happen. That was why you killed Kubota. But he was only the first. Next was Nijisaki. While everyone was off looking for the missing parts for the Reds, you ran into Nijisaki near the big hospital room. However, because of your prosopagnosia, you didn't realize he was Nijisaki. Chiefly because, when you met him, he was dressed like Snake. That was why you thought Nijisaki was Snake.
No, that's not... That was Nijisaki? Why? How did...
I'll get to that. Anyway, you thought he was Snake. Snake was one of the kids in your experiment 9 years ago. You remembered him because he was the blind kid.
Yeah, and if you think about it, it's a power switch, right? Whereas before, the monologue was Ace telling you everything that he did. Now it's Junpei literally above him. So that's visually obvious, right? Doing
his presence
the
made you
reverse.
think. Snake was one of my subjects 9 years ago. He probably hates me. But if that's true, why isn't he saying anything? Is he keeping quiet because he can't see? Or perhaps he's working with Zero to get revenge on me. Whatever the reason, anyone who knows my past is a threat.
I'm gonna write that down. Pass and confrontation. Thank you.
Before he tries anything, I need to get rid of him. That was when you decided you had to kill him. The murder weapon was Kubota's bracelet. You just waved it over the red. verified your own number, and then grabbed Nijisaki's arm and forced it over the scanner panel. Then, when the door opened, you kicked him in. 9 seconds later, the door closed. And then 81 seconds passed. And poor Nijisaki was dead.
Then you mean to say Snake is still alive?
Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm as good as new. Thank you for killing the wrong man, but I can't say I like knowing that you wanted me dead. Although, to be honest, even if you hadn't tried to kill me, I would still hate you very much.
Well, I wouldn't blame you.
Last but not least, let's talk about Musashido's death. When Clover and I were investigating the chart room, you came over to talk to me. Do you remember what you said?
Oh, a pocket watch. Might I take a look at it?
I handed it to you, and you left the room. You had been in charge of the Nonary project. Of course you would have known the solution to every puzzle, which would mean that you also knew how to get out of the wheelhouse. All you had to do was place the watch in the indentation on the door to unlock it. With the door open, you could enter the captain's quarters. Musashido was there. Conveniently placed next to him was an axe that practically begged you to kill him with it. You picked up that axe and buried the blade deep in the other man's chest. One blow was all it took, and then you returned to the chart room as if nothing had happened.
There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment?
I had no reason to say no, so I followed you to the wheelhouse. When we stepped inside, remember how you slipped your hand into my vest?
Yeah.
You pulled out a piece of paper, the one I used to cheat during the vote. But that wasn't really what you were after. Your true purpose had been to slip the watch into my pocket. It wasn't a very good plan. Had way too many holes, and someone saying the wrong thing could have brought it all down around you. You must have been desperate. But what made you willing to risk it all to do it? Ace, Musashido's murder is the only one I don't understand. You obviously did it. But why?
Because of this.
What's with the paper?
Just read it.
Let's see. Number 1, there are 2 ways you might survive this ordeal. The first is to win the Nonary game.
Okay.
The second is for you to confess your sins of 9 years past. I have prepared a camera in the captain's quarters. The images captured by that camera will be streamed through a satellite and distributed across the world. Simply look into the camera and repent.
That's why it was there. Okay.
Once you have confessed everything, I will release you from this ship. To make your confession more credible, I have left you a witness in the captain's quarters.
Right.
Perhaps he will confess with you. The decision is yours. Do as you please. 0.
When I awoke in that room on D-Deck, I found that in my pocket. That was why I chose door 1 when we voted.
Let me write that down too. That's actually a really cool idea. I'm learning so much about how to use numbers to imply meaning.
If I went through that door, I knew I could get to the captain's quarters. As you said, I knew how to enter the wheelhouse. My plan was to find the pocket watch before anyone else. If I could, then my alibi would be set. At least, that was the plan. Unfortunately for me, you got to it first. That sleight of hand was the best I could manage on short notice.
You meant to kill him from the beginning then? Musashido, I mean.
I only knew Musashido was the witness after I reached the captain's quarters. I asked him, and he answered. He seemed groggy. Perhaps he had only just awoken from sedation. I suppose Nijisaki was in much the same state. He seemed confused and disoriented when I encountered him. But yes, you are correct. I intended to kill him from the beginning, even though I didn't know who he was. I proceeded to the captain's quarters in order to remove this so-called witness.
Ace, you figured it out, haven't you? You were being manipulated.
Yes, so it would seem. I was little more than a puppet, in many ways. Everywhere I went, everything was already prepared.
Oh, okay. And I'll write that down too. Although I don't know how to connect that idea yet. I'll tell you my notes after. Okay. What was the exact quote? It was, I was little more than a puppet in many ways. Okay. And then I have to connect this idea to this. Okay.
The Reds in the large hospital room were dismantled. Nijisaki was dressed like Snake.
No, that's not the reason why I quoted that. I quoted that because of how Ace is described as a character. And as I'm going through this scene right now, pretty much I'm writing down really small notes on I don't know how to say this. I am trying to clean up a few ideas that I have before the end of the story, so I can later talk about it. And so, even as he's explaining things to me, in the back of my head, I'm trying to piece everything together still.
There was an axe in the captain's quarters. Musashido was delirious from the anesthetic, so he couldn't fight back.
Yeah, but it's not plot loose ends, it's thematic loose ends.
Nijisaki as well. In retrospect, I can't understand how I could have fallen into such a simple trap. But yes, this was a trap. It was Zero's trap. And I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. I did everything he wanted me to do.
Yeah. By manipulating you, Zero was able to kill 3 people and keep the blood off his own hands. All of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this nonary game happened. Am I right, Santa?
Huh? What the hell are you talking about? I don't know any...
Ain't no point trying to play dumb anymore, Santa. Actually, I guess I should call you Aoi Kurashiki, huh? My memory came back to me, kid. You're Aoi Kurashiki, no doubt about it. Never thought I'd be back in this room talking to you.
I'm not thinking about what he said here. I'm thinking about something else. So give me a second. You know that meme GIF? Or is it GIF? Whatever, I keep forgetting. Where, like, there's an old lady, and there's a bunch of numbers that appear in front of her face, and she's kind of, like, trying to figure out how the numbers all fit together and make sense. It's an old lady, right? I forgot. But it's supposed to be like a meme picture, and you use it in response to someone saying something and you don't understand what the hell they're saying, right? Or like there's a big problem. That's me right now. Oh man, it feels so weird to be in this position. I think part of the reason why I feel like I'm tugged around by the writer is it's purposeful, right? All this information is held back on the information is held back because it's a mystery. It's used to surprise you as you get near the end, etc., etc., etc. And I'm also not that familiar when it comes to how you use numbers to imply meaning. And so I'm at this point near the end of the story where I don't have everything figured out thematically. And of course that is perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And maybe the ending of the story will make everything connect to each other plot-wise. Sure, I expect that to be the case. But the problem for me isn't following plot, the events that happen in a story in a chronological order, right? That's not the issue for me. The issue for me is always figuring out why something is done and why patterns exist in a story and therefore what it means, right? That's always the thing that I'm trying to solve for, and it's hard. So I'll tell you a few notes that I've written down so you can kind of understand how I'm thinking right now. So in the scene in which in which Junpei is talking to Ace, right? And he explains his reasonings for why he did what he did. Ace did what he did, right? I thought to myself, okay, the very first thing I was thinking about was past and confrontation. Remember when I said that it feels like the only character who has not changed, who has not been reborn, right, in quotes, is numero uno, number one, Ace. And that's a big deal because 9 years is a lot of time to change someone. And for 9 years, you haven't changed, says something about a character, okay? It says something a lot about Ace. And there's a reason why he's considered number one, right? He puts himself that way. He is willing to sacrifice everyone for his own benefit. That is why he is number one. And suddenly, things start to make a lot more sense for why numbers are applied to certain characters, right? I started thinking then, well, okay, let's go back to the idea about zero. What is zero? Zero, if we're talking about past and confrontation, and if every single character from the past is confronting their past by going back to the space in which it happened, what about Ace, right? What is his problem? His problem is that he's not willing to confront it, to confess his sins, right? Which is why Zero is doing all this shit to him. And, well, I guess other characters as well. So then I thought to myself, well, if Zero is starting again, couldn't you also think of it as a cleanse? That sounds a really strange way to put it. But the idea of I have done things in the past that I have carried with me as I grew older leaves a burden on my shoulders. Is there any way to relieve that burden? Yeah, you could start over, right? You could, well, in the case of Ace, you could confess, right? You could put the burdens off of you and then confront your past, right? You go in a circle from the beginning back to the past, and then you think about it. So now, yes, thank you, Chili. Baptism by fire. Okay, so that's a little bit of a weird way of putting it, but it makes a lot of sense if you think about it. So first, how is Ace referred to in this story? He's referred to as a person who can't see other people's faces, so he has propanosia, however you pronounce that. I've already talked about in the previous scene, in the previous stream, how if you cannot identify a person's face, there are actually problems with recognizing, not just a person's face, but recognizing cues, recognizing recognizing humanity, okay? If you have a mask on someone's face, it's hard to tell who they are, what they're thinking, the facial cues that you can get. Because once again, it's just interesting, there's something called like mirror neurons in our brain that when we see someone, we get a response emotionally. So if someone yawns, it can be contagious. It actually can, because of these mirror neurons. I put in quotes, okay? So anyway, if someone can't see a face, it's harder to identify them as a human. And guess what? This is a killer. This is a person who's killed 4 times or something like that. And then you have the other kids that he's killed, right? So yeah, he doesn't see humans as humans or having significance whatsoever in terms of life. That makes sense. So if he doesn't see people as significant, as if they actually have any value, as if life doesn't mean anything, doesn't it make sense that he is called a devil, all right? And remember the quote that I was writing down? It was, I was little more than a puppet in many ways. That's an issue. That's a huge issue. If you're saying that I was just a puppet all along, you know what that's also saying? It means you have no control. If you have no control, you have no free will. If you have no free will, how could you repent, right? So the blame is different in this situation, right? He is supposed to repent, be reborn, right? The problem with this character is he hasn't changed in 9 years. That's a lot of time again. The problem is he's unwilling to take the burden, unwilling to accept the blame. Therefore, he is a puppet. He is not a person making these decisions. It's not my fault. Someone is controlling me, right? The blame is shifted. He is not willing to confront his past. Therefore, it all fits together to make Ace not just like a great villain. Maybe not great villain in terms of like writing. I'm not sure about that yet. But it makes him logically a villain. Why it works together is all these pieces fit together, and it makes Ace, right, as the character that is written. Is there anything else I want to mention? That's it. That's it. That's all the notes I wrote down. I'm trying to figure out. The next thing I'm trying to figure out, I'm really curious about, is my initial theory that I still haven't played everything together yet. Whatever. Let's just go. Okay, so hopefully that made sense to you.
But hey, I guess this was all part of your plan, right? After all, the person who planned the nonary game this time around was Zero. And Zero's you.
Looks like you really do have your memories back, huh? Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it then, huh? Yeah, you got me. I'm Aoi Kurashiki. I was one of the kids in the nonary game 9 years ago. I made it out. So did Snake over there. But there's one thing... No, I guess there's two things you got wrong. Number one, I ain't Zero.
Okay, I was thinking about this.
What?
Wait, what?
Sure, I was helping Zero out, but I'm really more of an assistant, like a secretary. But an assistant's only an assistant. I didn't come up with all this. All I did was follow Zero's orders.
Then, if you're not Zero, who is?
Calm down there, Junpei. Didn't I say two things? You made one more mistake. Junpei, you just said all of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this nonary game happened. But that's not it. Revenge isn't the only purpose. There's another reason you guys were playing the nonary game. To save someone.
Okay.
Save someone?
Right. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane.
Okay, I think I know where this is going now.
What the hell are you talking about? Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago in this room. I was there. I saw... What? What the hell? Where is she? Where's Akane Kurashiki? Ugh! Oh, my head! My head, it feels like it's gonna pop.
Seven! What the hell is going on?
I don't know. I just... Oh! I swear to God, my head feels like it's about to explode!
What was the Nonary Project? I'm sure you know already, but I'll tell you one more time. It was a project designed to test a particular phenomenon. And what was that phenomenon? For two organisms to communicate with one another in the absence of physical contact.
Okay.
The morphogenetic field theory. Could human beings use these invisible fields to exchange information? That was what this experiment was conducted to determine. There were two separate locations. One was the Gigantic, and the other was a building in Nevada called Building Q. The 9 children trapped in Building Q were faced with numerous puzzles, copies of identical ones on the Gigantic. They were told to send their answers into the morphic field set and transmit them to their brothers and sisters on the Gigantic. The transmitters were put in Building Q, and the receivers were put on the Gigantic. Each sibling pair was supposed to be split up, but there was a mistake. Akane was a transmitter.
Okay.
She should have been in Building Q. However, for some reason, she was placed on the Gigantic with the receivers, like me. Perhaps she was mistaken for someone who was supposed to be in Group A. Whatever the case, Akane ended up on the Gigantic. I think I've told you enough. You get it, don't you? I'm pretty sure you know where this is going, Junpei.
Where what is going?
Don't play dumb. You know things you shouldn't. Things you couldn't. How did you know Ace had prosopagnosia? How did you know why Ace wanted to kill Kubota and how Nichisaki was killed? Were you surprised when you found out Ace was Hongo? And what about the coffin Snake was trapped in? How the hell did you open it?
Well, that's...
Okay, alright. I get it. So that's why you wanted me to go through the locks in a certain order. So this sets up for this situation. That's actually kind of smart. I really appreciate that. Okay. Because information is one way. Because you can't... Transmitter and receiver, obviously. The receiver can't transmit back. I can manipulate the morphic field set to pluck knowledge from the future. You're playing it like a game. I get it. Okay. Okay, alright. Okay, so legitimately, I'm proud of myself. I'm gonna just pat myself on the back there. Oh. So that was the reason why none of you commented on my theories? Okay. I should have written down some more notes, because I felt like there was way more to talk about. Where do I want to go with this now?
Santa!
Freeze. Get up.
Hey, what's your plan, Santa? What are you doing?
Oh yeah, that's right. There was one more... you know what? Let's just let it play.
Didn't I tell you? I'm Santa Claus. It's time for me to go make a wish come true.
Fuck. You know, that is such a Hollywood line. Thank you. That is something you would say, too.
Damn. Well, it looks like this door isn't opening anytime soon.
Oh, you mean we're trapped?
So it would seem.
What the hell is Santa trying to do?
Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh, what?
Have you considered where we are? There can really only be one thing Santa would do now.
No, you can't be serious.
Oh. Okay, you know what? What I'm gonna do right now is please let me grab some water. Let's finish this towards the end. I feel like we're very close to the finish line. And then after we see everything, we're gonna talk. This is actually really cool. I'm starting to see where everything's like piecing together now. Okay, so I'll be right back really fast, I promise. Just give me a second, okay? Okay, I'm back. But before we continue, there is one note I need to write so I do not forget, because this makes a lot of sense now. Okay. I never thought I'd learn so. You know, I mean, I should give him more credit though. Like, I didn't expect to walk into this visual novel writing down pages of notes. I mean, sure, for the mystery, but like, when I first read this, I sat here going, there's a reason why people like this story a lot, but I hope to God it's not just pure entertainment. And I'm sitting here going like, no, it's not. Like, I've learned so much about numbers implications and what they can add to your understanding of things. It is not like insignificant either, or it's not trivial. It actually means a lot. Here we go. Okay, and then the last thing is the idea of fire cleansing, reborn phoenix. I'll write it down like that so I can remember. Okay, so that is what? 1, 2, 3, 4 notes. Okay, let's go. Oh, well, I didn't see a spoiler, so don't worry.
Junpei, can I borrow your pen and notebook?
So what we'll do is I'll have to go back into the chat after I finish this game, and then I have to delete that comment, so anyone who reads this archive will not be spoiled. I will have to burn it.
What the hell are you doing, Clover? Give me that!
What? And there's no other way?
It's okay. Go.
Right? And at one point, we never thought Lotus would do something like this. She has also changed.
Lotus.
Come on, you know we can't do that.
Oh, don't give me that. I'm sure you'd love to get rid of me.
God damn it, you idiot! Without, if you're not, look, it'd be bad, all right?
Bad?
Yeah. If there weren't assholes like you around, I'd be out of a job.
Uh-huh.
Look, I'm just not leaving you behind, all right? End of story.
7.
He's right. I'm not leaving you either.
Me too.
You didn't honestly think I'd abandon you, did you?
You're all idiots.
That being said, however, I doubt we would be able to open the door anyway, even if we were to leave Lotus behind.
Huh? What?
I trust you remember what happened to Ace? I couldn't, see exactly what happened, but I was able to guess what he was attempting to do earlier at the Red.
Oh, yeah.
No! What is this? Why? The digital route should be 9! It has to be 9! Then why? Why isn't it opening?
Just to see, why don't we give it a shot?
Give it a shot.
Yes, that is what I said.
You were right.
It ain't opening.
But it did open 9 years ago. The digital route was 9 then, I'm sure of it.
You think maybe they changed the settings?
Perhaps.
Okay, thank you. I actually really wanted this too, because we were stuck with the main character the entire time, and I was thinking this is obviously hiding information that I need. So finally, we switched to a different view, and what do I get? Does this switch? Okay, alright, I understand. Akane vision is a mode. Okay, okay. Go ahead and give me some context. I don't mind. As long as it doesn't spoil anything. Please do. Okay. Okay, I think I can remember that. Okay, let's move.
Come on, over here! Come on, hurry up!
Yo, Synchro, thanks for the sub, man. I mean, they look the same, so that's kind of obvious, yeah.
Hello? Everyone? Could you come over here for a moment? I have a little sister. She is very important to me. Right now, she is over in Building Q and is desperately trying to send information over to me. Her name is Clover, and today is her 9th birthday. I was going to give these to her as a birthday present. I was outside picking them when I was abducted. I'm sure I've already told you, but I am blind. For a man who can't see, collecting 9 of a very specific plant is, well, it is difficult. But my sister means a great deal to me, and I hope that these would show her how much I cared for her. Since it's her 9th birthday, I thought 9 4-leaf clovers would be appropriate. Every one of you has a brother or a sister in Building Q with Clover. For their sake, we have to survive. We have to get off this ship. Do you understand? If we're going to do that, there are 3 things you have to remember. We need trust and love, and we have to have faith in one another. If we can take all 3 of those to heart, then I promise that good luck will come our way. Did you know that the leaves on the 4-leaf clover mean faith, trust, love, and luck? Those words are leaf words. So if you believe what I've told you, and you understand, then I want you each to have one of these. They're a promise between friends. Now don't ever forget, so long as you have that, we will always be connected. Do you understand?
They actually are different. He didn't mention anything about green tea.
What are we gonna do? There aren't any other doors.
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Hey, Shadow.
Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
What? What's happening? What did that thing say? That didn't sound good.
I think it means this room is gonna burn.
Burn!
The plaque on the door says incinerator, and that voice said that the incineration is about to start. And incinerate means to burn.
No! Help me!
Don't worry, kids. I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you.
Oh no, where is it? Did I drop Jumpy's present? There it is!
Ah, how wonderful to see you decided to come back. Come with me. We must continue the experiment.
I'm gonna double check something because now I'm confused. I'm gonna start from here. I'll read this fast, so give me a second. No, I'm gonna start from here. Did I drop Jumpy's present? Really? Okay, fine. Which is why you went back. which is... I don't want to hold back on saying anything yet. All right. So during the scene, I was actually taking notes as well. I want to try to convince you of a few ideas when we're at the end, probably. Sitting under the opening of the vent. And then, unfortunately, this happens. Okay. Got it. Okay.
I said, come with me.
No! Stop! Let go of me! Let go!
Stop struggling, goddammit! Do as I tell you!
Help me! Somebody help me!
If it was my life or a present from my girlfriend, which would you choose? You're asking me that question, seriously? I would choose my life, and then I'll give my girlfriend a present later.
Akane!
You came back!
What? No.
Ah! You're too late, idiot!
Ah!
Akane! Akane! Are you okay?
Help me! What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here!
Where's Hongo?
He went out the other door!
What?
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Incineration will begin in...
They make this really obvious. Wow. I'm gonna go ahead and save. This is a topic that I was gonna talk about later, but it is just straight up shows you via gameplay. Okay.
18 minutes.
Alright.
Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Well, I mean, I can use this as an example, so I'll just remember.
I knew it!
It's starting.
Santa started the incinerator.
Fuck! Man, I never thought I'd hear that damn voice again after 9 years.
So the idea is we create a loophole. Okay. I think that makes sense.
What the hell? What the hell? What in God's name are you talking about?
We're talking about, I don't want to talk about it now, because I just want you to experience this. Let's just go.
It's 9 years this and 9 years that, and when it's not 9 years something, then you're talking about some sort of fucking experiments. You aren't making any sense.
I'm sorry, Lotus, but we really don't have time to explain it right now. I promise. I'll tell you everything once we get out of here.
At least I hope I do. It's so confusing. I'm trying to figure out how to explain it.
But
Incineration will begin in 17 minutes.
You know what that means, right? Incinerate means burn.
what kind of idiot do you think I am? I know what incinerate means.
Well,
God damn it! Okay, fine.
Does Uchikoshi always have a potty mouth in his language?
I won't ask anything else. Talk about whatever you want.
Did that exist in Somnium Files? I just wasn't paying it. I mean, he has very different kind of potty language in Somnium Files, so okay, yeah, sure.
But you have to do something for me. 7, figure this out.
What? Why me?
Just shut up and stop this thing.
How the hell?
There has to be some sort of emergency shut-off button.
There isn't anything like that.
How the hell do you know?
Because I looked for it 9 years ago.
What the hell is that?
What is that?
Man, the silence is deafening. I'm so used to just being quiet and thinking, and suddenly there's a voice to help cover it. Okay.
Incineration will begin in 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean that makes logical sense given how the writing is working right now. Again, I'll tell you all my thoughts after this.
Hey, move! Okay, it's turned on. There's nothing on the screen, though. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. If there's nothing on here, how are we supposed to do anything with it?
what is this?
What's up?
It looks like some sort of puzzle.
Bitch! Is that really gonna be my gift for the end? Okay, I'll figure this one out as I go, I guess. Okay,
Do you think that if we solve this puzzle,
the incinerator will stop? Yeah. Well, we can hope, right?
Incineration will begin in 13 minutes.
Jeez, I wish I could flip back. I did not notice the transition.
Hey, what are you doing? Don't know what to do? It's simple, really. But I suppose I might as well tell you. Just solve the puzzle on that machine. Oh my! How could you call a gentleman such as myself a terrible person? That's not very nice. I'm quite fair. I don't use tricks or play dirty. You see? I've even left you a way out.
A way out?
Didn't you hear me? All you have to do is solve that puzzle. Do that, and you can stop the incinerator.
What's the point of stopping it? You'll only capture me and make me do this all again. I'm not going to listen to you. If you're just going to throw me back in here, I might as well just die now.
My goodness, haven't you listened to anything I've said? I told you, I'm a fair man.
Huh?
If you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will in turn activate. If this experiment is to deliver valid results, there must be a chance of success. If you succeed, you will escape.
The verification function of the red?
Ah, so you do remember. Right now there are 2 numbers in the red. The first is 1, and the second is 3. Say, Akane, what's your number? You really aren't one for listening, are you? I've already told you, didn't I? Once you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will activate. In other words, if you haven't solved the puzzle, you can't enter your number. What kind of fool are you?
Why are you doing this?
You could never understand. You don't know what it's like to spend every day surrounded by monkeys.
Huh?
Now start the experiment. Solve the puzzle.
I can't! I don't know how!
Of course you don't. Isn't that the point? You understand, don't you? Access the morphogenetic field and find the solution.
I can't!
Then you'll die. You'll burn alive. It's gonna be quite hot in there in a few minutes. I imagine it will be very painful.
Man, you've always had that laugh? Okay, just...
Incineration will begin in 10 minutes.
I mean, Susano, have you been paying attention at all to how I'm breaking down this story? Really, man? Okay.
I can't! I just can't! There's no way! I can't figure this out!
Okay.
Help me! Jumpy! Help me! Help me! Help me! Jumpy! 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 Please! Help me! Jumpy!
Akane?
Akane?
Who the hell is Akane?
Shut up! Just shut the hell up! Akane! Akane! Can you hear me? Akane! Say something! Akane! Answer me! Akane!
Jumpy?
Akane!
Jumpy!
Okay. All right. I think all these notes should be fine. I'm just gonna leave it alone now. So I am going to turn this page over and get ready for a puzzle. All right.
Akane! Akane!
Yes, I am! How did you know?
Right. There's only one way to help her. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane.
Incineration will begin in 7 minutes.
Jumpy, we don't have time!
Got it!
Incineration will begin in 6 minutes.
Jumpy!
Yeah, I know! Just hang on, alright? I promise I'll get you out of there. I'm not gonna let you die. I promise. So don't worry, alright? Just give me a few minutes, okay?
Out of curiosity, if I were given a Sudoku puzzle, which I've never done before, would you guys have helped me if I asked?
Okay.
It's a 9x9. Okay, okay. Which makes sense to me why that would be a puzzle here, but it's also kind of funny.
Hey, what are you...
Just trust me, okay?
Okay, I'll be honest. I don't know what this puzzle means yet, so I'll have to grapple my way through it. The panels are out of order, so I need to switch these out.
Just think of what I did all those times before.
I'm gonna do this on my own, with my own mind. I'm gonna solve this problem.
Oh, man. The thing I'm more worried about, the puzzle I'm very scared about, is trying to convince you, not even convince you, just tell you my ideas at the end of the story. So, like, I'm gonna try to see if I can remember all that. This is the music, really? Okay, he said to switch things around. So, how does that function? Like this? Okay. That's the hint they give me? Really? Okay, I wasn't really paying attention, but let's see what happens here. It's a what by what grid? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Does anyone want to help me try to figure out? It's hexadecimal, right? So, what is P in hexadecimal? What is R in hexadecimal? What is W in hexadecimal, etc., etc.? I'm trying to see if that's what's the case here. Unless it's... Man, that seems to be about right. Hex only goes up to F. But doesn't it reset? Okay. What's F? Okay, so this is something P equals 25, S equals 28. So what is... God. Thank you. So S equals 28. Add. Thank you. Okay. All right. Let's see. R is 27. O is what? Okay, fuck, I gotta actually count this. Thank you, okay. Okay, so now that we have that. So not using the hint, even though I got a little bit of a look at it. Let's try to see what happens here. So I can switch things. Am I allowed to switch what's on? I'm allowed to switch what's on here. Okay. This is stuck. Okay, so what could the puzzle be asking me? Is it asking me to do the digital root of things and add the 9 on every single thing? Well, does that make sense? Does it light up if I do it correctly so I can have a way to judge? Can I put this into a different slot? No. I can only use the slots already assigned. Okay. What is R again? 27. What is W again? 32. Is this just multiplications of 9? You're joking, right? Give me a second. So hang on. So I know R equals 27, W equals 32, which is not a multiplication of 9, but hang on. 6, 4. I mean, I could just try it. Okay, so if that is what it's asking me to do, that I just... Yeah, but that makes no... Okay, step back. What am I trying to do again? I'm actually gonna hit this, and then... I'm going to just experiment first and see what happens. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna do myself a favor and not look at the chat. I hope you understand. So. I'm gonna. Jesus. Am I supposed to solve this with the hint? How do you solve this without the hint? Is it cheating for me to do this? I feel kind of bad. Okay. Just allow me to experiment. That's... Please! I looked at the chat and I saw that. I wanted to cry a little bit. What is this again? Sorry, what is the... So how to influence this? What happens when I do this? Back to here? Okay. How to influence this? Oh, sorry. This is 4, right? Yes, it is. So go back. I can remove this? I can. Okay. So every single one of these is removable. Sorry. Can I put this here as empty space? No, I'm not. Rosa Parks. Let's see. I don't understand. Hang on. Can I influence the same thing? Okay, influence that. back. Okay. Nah, don't worry. She'll be fine, I promise. Okay. I think a part of me would have preferred Sudoku. Okay. I'll be honest, I actually feel really bad right now. I'm sorry, but a part of me doesn't actually want to ask the chat. Because I feel like now that I'm at the end, obviously I should try, because I've tried to solve everything else on my own. So why am I getting huge hoodwinks? Okay, I'll keep trying. We'll see. Okay. The difference is 2, therefore this becomes 6. This becomes 8 because of the difference of 2. Therefore... Oh my god. I mean, I get the idea that these are the digital roots. Right? Switching out a yellow square affects all hint squares around it. Yes. But one square doesn't get a hint number. The 9th spot at the bottom. Only this one stays. Well, God, I'm gonna feel terrible at this. Okay, I'm gonna straight up say Fuck. Really? I came this far to ask for help. I feel kind of bad about that. I don't understand why. I just don't get it. Everything else just clicked to me, but I don't get this. I don't get it. Reset and look at the bottom. I feel like a moron. I'm so sorry. Are you serious? Why? I'm just a... Okay, let me just move this around. Let me just start over. You're kidding me, right? No. No! Shut the fuck up! You're telling me this entire time I was thinking in like hexadecimal and shit, and I'm— oh my— get the fuck out of here. Don't talk to me right now, dude. Shut up! Just shut— oh my god! Dude, that's— shut up! Shut the fuck— why? No! Thank God, okay. Okay. It fits. Sorry, what did he say? Wasn't paying attention. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna assume I'm too tired. Sorry. Now I'm gonna ask you. Extra space? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Extra space? I don't... The big issue was I didn't pay attention to what... What the fuck? I need to use all the characters. You're No, right? Thank God, okay. It's not that dumb. I'm just being stupid. So clearly I don't understand something. The number after password on the puzzle screen is 9. Then the password this thing is asking for. Does this thing not... Are you saying... Oh my god! I think I just threw something at the wall! Are you fucking kidding me?
That's it!
No, shut up! Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my... It was even dumber than dumb than I... Oh my god. Holy sh... I have never... I don't think I've ever felt... I don't know this feeling. I actually don't know this feeling. It's like... How did that happen? Holy... Can you just give me a second, please? I'm actually in shock. It's been a long time since I've experienced something like that, where the thing is so stupid that I can't conceive how stupid it is. That actually shocks me. What the fuck? I can't tell if I'm ashamed of myself or I'm just... Okay.
Akane! Did you get it?
I'm gonna just...
Yes, I did!
Oh,
I
God.
solved it! I mean, really, you solved it for me, but I copied everything you did.
Okay.
Now I just have to press enter!
First, I apologize to absolutely everyone regarding how long I took with that. I legitimately thought it was a super legit puzzle, and I couldn't conceive of what the fucking thing was asking me. And then I was like, you're kidding me, right? It's actually just that? And then I was like, there's no way that is that... Okay.
Then what the hell are you waiting for? Push it!
Oh my god, I think I'm actually red in the face. I feel so embarrassed. Okay, because the funny thing is, after this, I'm actually going to talk to you about smart things.
Okay, I will!
Okay, you're welcome, Akane.
Emergency shutdown command has been confirmed. Incineration system has been disabled.
Okay, can someone explain to me the context of why they changed the puzzle? Did people really complain about Sudoku?
Jumpy!
No, seriously, did people complain about Sudoku?
It worked! It worked! The incinerator shut down! It worked!
Okay. Please tell me that that the puzzle being changed wasn't something that Uchikoshi did, because that felt really painful. Like, the accumulation of everything in this story. I mean, I guess the accumulation of everything ending in Sudoku feels kind of funny, but the end on that feels really, really rude. Okay. Like, I felt like I got slapped in the face. I feel dumber because of that, legitimately. Okay, let's pretend that didn't happen. I'm just gonna pay attention to the text. Again, I'm so sorry about that. Holy shit. Whew. Okay, so I'm going to ask you one more time about the mechanics of Sudoku. So I'm going to tell you what I think it's about, and you tell me if I'm correct. Because if I'm correct, I think I know why the last puzzle is Sudoku. I'm not even kidding. So, is Sudoku a 9x9 box? Yes or no first? Yes, right? Okay, in Sudoku, are you supposed to add all the numbers so it ends up being 9, or ends up being a certain number? No. Okay. What is Sudoku? There's no addition. Are you... Sudoku involves zero math. You number 1 through 9. Okay, tell me more. Have all numbers fill 1 through... Okay, so you're saying you have this grid, and you put all the numbers together so that it doesn't repeat, right? So then it's 1 through 9, 1 through 9, 1 through 9 forever until you fix the entire box. Is that how it works? Okay. I'm going to think more about that. I feel that's relevant. Give me a second. I'll mention that later.
Akane! Sorry, but things are kind of busy over here. I'm gonna have to hang up now, okay?
Oh, of course, that's fine.
I'm going to look at this, actually. Okay. Oh god, I can't shake that out of my head. It's that disorienting to me. Okay, how about I just give myself 10 seconds and then I'll read, like, seriously. Like I said, I haven't been in that situation before. I mean, no, not entirely. I have been in a situation where something is so stupid I couldn't conceive it, but... Okay. Let's go.
Junpei, are you...
Okay.
Ah, shut it.
Yeah, have you, I know this is very rude to say, so have you ever been in a situation where someone is so unaware of what they're saying that it's so
Incineration will begin in 90 seconds.
I'm thinking about a specific event, and I'm feeling really bad just thinking about it.
It doesn't sound like it's stopping.
What the shit? Why isn't it stopping?
Incineration will begin in 60 seconds.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that...
Incineration will begin in 30 seconds.
Run, guys! Get to the door! Run! Quick! Verify your numbers on the red!
Verify?
Who?
What combination?
All of us! We all need to verify!
Why?
You really think this is a good time to ask questions? Just do it!
Incineration will begin in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Central gate has been opened. Incineration system has been disabled.
Oh, no, please. If you thought that my comment earlier was talking about you guys, no, that was not the case. Trust me when I say I don't like to insult people, okay? I hope that wasn't what you were thinking. No.
Hurry! We've only got 9 seconds before the door closes! Go, go, go!
I wouldn't worry about that, Cardinal. I think the overall execution of this work has been excellent. And just because that one section threw me off my rhythm, very unfortunately, I don't think is a reason to not continue.
Shit. Looks like we made it, huh?
Akane? Akane! Can you hear me? Akane!
But you know how I said that the more I study and the more I research, the more ignorant I feel? Essentially, think of the reverse of that, and that's how I felt. Well, kinda. The less I study, the smarter I feel. That's
Akane!
That's not exactly what I'm saying. But
Akane!
Okay, so to me, outside that puzzle, this all makes sense to me. I saw this coming. I promise you, I will talk about it.
Let's get out of here. If we don't book it, we might run into Hongo again.
That is one note that I need to write down. Okay. Oh. The piece of paper I wrote my notes on is on the ground because I threw it on the floor. Okay, here it is. I got it. Okay, this note's gonna sound so stupid when I say it.
Hey, Junpei, can I ask you something?
What's up?
That door, the one with the 9 on it. Why'd it open?
Yeah, all 5 of us verified our numbers on the red. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8 is 26. That makes our digital route 8. It shouldn't have opened.
That's not like you, Lotus. I thought you would have figured it out already.
Huh? Why?
Because you were the person who taught me about the idea of bases.
Bases?
Yeah. What are the 2 numbers in base 2?
0 and 1.
How about base 10?
That goes from 0 to 9, right?
Then how about base 16?
0 through F. After 9, it starts at A and goes from there. B, C, D, etc.
You're right. In other words, A in base 16 is 10 in base 10. B is 11, C is 12, D is 13, and so on.
So, what about it?
You don't get it? What if we keep going with that pattern? What if you go way past base 16 all the way to base 27?
Base 27?
Yeah.
Well, the numerical digits are the same. So, I guess you'd add alphabetical digits. E is 14, F is 15, G is 16,
H is 17, I is 18, J is 19,
K is 20, L is 21, M is 22,
N is 23, O is 24, P is 25.
Yeah, and? What comes after that?
Q.
26!
It actually just spells it out? Thank you. Alright. So I'm gonna just remember that.
And what does that mean?
That wasn't a 9 on the door.
It was a Q! A fucking lowercase Q!
Yep, that's pretty much it. I guess to put it another way, you could say that it was a 9 in base 10, but a Q in base 27.
No. Okay, so don't feel too bad about that because it's going to make a lot of sense when I explain it. Okay, most people got it then.
Whew. All right, I'm gonna open it.
Yeah.
Yes, we're finally here!
Please do.
Yeah.
No way.
What?
It can't be.
This is...
Damn, okay. I mean, whatever. I'm gonna give myself another pat in the back.
This is the building in the Nevada desert.
the mock experiment building.
Oh my god. This whole time we were in Building Q.
Sorry, one more time? I guess I never really had a good look at these underside things. Let's see what's inside you. A little electronic chip. That's it. There's nothing else. Wow. I mean, yeah. That... I'll write that down so I don't forget.
Akane.
Jumpy.
Okay, so there might be a scene after the credits, so stick around for that. And even if you are uninterested in the credits, if you want to hear my final thoughts about the game, please stick around. Oh, man. Ooh, perfect. Yeah, I figured as much, because it feels like something that you would want to have an epilogue for. Oh, now I feel silly. This was localized by Axis Games. Let me see. Oh, let's hear it. The developer was Chunsoft. Okay, thank you. Localized by Axis Games. Okay. So...
Are you okay?
This game really came out in 2009. That's kind of fitting.
Oh, come on. This is nothing.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't look okay.
How does it look then?
Let's see. It looks like you kissed a toad and got warts, but then they just kept growing and growing and growing.
What does that even mean? Ow, 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 ow.
See? I told you you're not okay. You're too reckless. You can't beat 5 8th graders, Jumpy. That's crazy.
Yeah, but I couldn't just stand there. I mean, don't you think so? I had to do something.
Thank you.
This is so fun!
Okay.
This is so awesome! Driving is so great when there's nothing around, and there's no speed limit.
Hey, Clover, watch those bumps, all right? This car jumps even a little, and I think I'm gonna get crushed to death.
Hey, shut it. I can't help if I'm big, all right? Suck it up.
Why don't you drive, Seven?
I'm a cop. I ain't gonna break the law.
He doesn't have an international license.
Yeah, but you could have sat in the passenger seat.
Oh, hell no. There's no way I'm giving this seat up.
Wait, so it's hella cramped back there.
And Clover, there's no need to slow down. The car Santa and June are in should be somewhere down this road ahead of us.
Yeah, I saw some fresh tire tracks going out. There's no doubt about it.
Then we've got to hurry if we want to catch them, don't we?
Sure thing.
What the fuck? Why would kids do that?
Hey, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah, I'm glad you got into a fight there. I'm thinking of a certain meme right now that only like Trace and Chaos understand.
Help me! Officer, please! You have to come with me! You couldn't run away after you threw the kitty to me?
You yeeted the kitty? Okay.
Yeah, I guess I could've.
Then why didn't you?
I didn't want to. I wanted to beat him up. Beat him up real good.
Because of what they were doing to the kitty.
Yeah, that too, but I think they were the ones behind those murders our first semester. Remember?
Oh, you mean the bunnies.
Yeah, the bunnies. They asked me what elementary school I was from, so I told them. And then they said they'd do the same thing to you that they did to the rabbits. I couldn't forgive them for that, so I... Hey, there's still some stuff I don't get. Like Ace. Well, I guess I should say Gentaro Hongo. Why did he create the Nonary project? Anybody? Any ideas?
Why don't you ask him yourself?
He's still in the trunk, I assume?
Wow, okay.
Hey, were you listening to us? Come on, I know you were. Answer me.
I only wanted to see the faces. Human faces. I thought if I could gain the ability to access the morphic field set, then perhaps I could see faces. By peering into people's minds, you could understand how they were processing the expressions of others.
That's it?
Yes. If you want to put it simply, but if you are looking for a more philosophical answer, I could supply that as well. You see, the human collective consciousness...
Thank you.
All right, so what's your second question?
You said there were some things you didn't get, didn't you?
Yeah, into more important things.
Well, my next question doesn't really have anything to do with you two. This is for you, Seven. It's about the whole Alice thing. What's the deal with that?
Well, see, 9 years ago, after I escaped from the Gigantic, I kept going after Hongo on my own, hoping I'd catch him when he finally slipped up. And during the course of my investigations, I learned a lot more about the Gigantic. I also found out about Bourdain and Alice.
You're not really answering my question. Was there actually a girl who wouldn't melt at room temperature? What?
Alice doesn't exist. 9 years ago, I found Alice's coffin behind the library on the bottom deck. There was nothing in it but the root of a peculiar plant. My research determined that it was a member of the genus Mandragora, of the family Solanaceae. I was able to extract a particular alkaloid from it. I used that extract to create Soparin.
Oh, okay.
Its creation was a tremendous boon to my firm, and we grew rapidly.
Okay. Thank you. I feel like my thoughts are aligning.
Here, this is for you.
What's this?
This is a for you doll. His name is Junpei.
Chumpy, are you sure it's, for you, doll?
Huh? Yeah, the lady at the shop said so, that means it's for you, right?
Are you sure it's not a voodoo doll?
Wait, what? That's... Oh, man. Oh, man.
Well, it sure looks like a voodoo doll. I mean, you do know what a voodoo doll is used for, right?
Yeah, I guess calling it Junpei isn't a very good idea then.
You gave her a voodoo doll. Oh my, okay.
Why are you giving me this anyway? It just seems really sudden.
Well, you know how after June, we aren't gonna get to see each other too much? I mean, we're gonna be in different schools, and I just thought I'd,
Oh, okay, well, how about we call it June then?
Okay. So, I wanted to give you this.
You sound like some sort of tribal chief in a bad movie.
Yes. I, head of tribe. This doll, traditional charm of tribe. So I give this, it me. So we always together.
Oh, Chumpy.
If something bad, then hold and pray. I go wherever you are. So here, take.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chumpy. Oh, Chumpy. I'll never forget you. I promise.
I'll never forget you either.
I was kind of hoping you would just say 9. Sorry, what was the thing again? There's still one thing I don't get. To be honest, it's the biggest mystery as far as I'm concerned, and also only one that's really important. It has to do with June and Akane. Go ahead.
over there. There's somebody next to the road.
What? Hmm?
Okay then, I guess I can see this having a sequel, and it does. Oh boy. Alright then. So, first, I want to thank everyone for tuning in and joining me for this game. It's been quite a ride. Ending could have been a little bit... It could have a little bit more finesse, more than ways than one. But let's talk, okay? So the very first thing I'm going to do is grab some water. I'll come back, and we're going to talk about a few ideas that I had. I also want to give myself another pat on the back, so that's 3 pats on the back. 999! Yeah, boy! Okay, let me go ahead and do that, and I'll be right back, okay? Stick around for discussion if you're interested, and you can hear my opinion about the story and my overall experience. If you're curious about that, I would be happy to have you here. Otherwise, I'll see you guys most likely on Saturday at 8 p.m. PST for Raging Loop, which is actually perfect. Okay, be back in, I don't know, a quick minute or two. Okay, I am back. Let me just get a little bit of a drink here. All right. So, let's see, where do I begin? I think this is the page with most of the notes that I have here. Looks like it. Most of the notes are crumpled because I threw it on the ground. Okay, so I guess what I'll do first is I'll read directly the notes that I wrote down. So these notes were written down, let me see, I'm trying to remember exactly when I started doing it. It was when I was thinking about Junpei and Akane's relationship. When I started considering both of them and what that meant, I started writing down notes, and I believe I began with why 9 is significant. Okay, so when I wrote down 9 and 9 together, for some reason, I put an arrow in between, and the 9 in between is the door out, right? So on the side, I wrote, 9 is the future, the exit, hope. Okay, so that's pretty obvious to see how that works in this story, right? You're supposed to seek 9 as the door to leave the escape room situation. People want to ideally have a certain combination to get out. So that's been shown many times into the story. So 9 being the exit and then being your salvation makes pretty logical sense. You can definitely see that. However, as you know, 0 is a loop. It's a circle. starts here, and when you go all the way around, it ends where it started, right? It goes on forever. It's that kind of idea of it. So you could say that if Akane is 0, then, given her situation, she has no future, right? If she has no future, because how we saw her in the past was trapped in a room, she is in a... she is in an escape room. Therefore, she has 0 escape. Ah! See, that's why I said the moment I wrote down this note, I was going to laugh. Like, it's gonna sound so stupid, but it makes sense, okay? So let me move further. She has 0 escape. How does she escape then? She must escape through duality, okay? So at this point, I'm 100% willing to put down like $1,000 to say, yes, duality is a theme in this story. No question whatsoever, okay? Let me tell you why. So, how does Akane escape from her 0 escape situation, right? The situation where she has no future, when she's in the incinerator and she needs to solve the puzzle, but she's too young and the puzzle's too fucking stupid for her to get it because she's like 3,000 IQ intelligence kid, okay? God. Oh. All right, she has to find a way to use her ability to communicate with the main character, right? She has to communicate with 5. She has to communicate with Junpei. All right, so if you recall, in the past, she wasn't 6, she wasn't 0, she wasn't 9, she had 5 on her wristband. Who has 5? Obviously Junpei, okay? So then there's that duality. How does that work? Here's the idea. Duality is shared with Akane. She is saved in the past because to save her is to also save Junpei, right? So they share a mutual goal, a salvation that ends up being a loophole. Okay, so when I said loophole in the past, I meant this is a way to connect the past to the future. So if 9 equals hope, 9 equals the future, then you start thinking about the shapes of the number and what they represent. If 0 represents 0, nothing, a return to the beginning, right? 0, 1, 2, 3. If 0 represents a loop, then it has no future, right? Therefore, if 9 is the future, what is the reverse of 9? It is 6, right? It is in a direction going towards the past, if you want to think of it that way. So if you're curious of what I'm saying, Uchikoshi obviously shifts the direction of numbers to mean something else. You just saw it at the end there. Please don't question that. Okay, what is Q? Q, if you just turn it a little bit around, not only is a pun on the Japanese word for 9, it also looks like 9, okay? So, if 6 is going backwards, it is focused on the past. 9 is going forward, it's focused on the future, right? Hang on, what else did I put out here? Then that's a theme. That is an idea of the story that Uchikoshi wants to present. So let's break the characters down into 2 separate groups, okay? We'll call them adults, and by adults I mean 7, I mean Lotus, and I mean Ace, and all the other guys who got killed. Let's ignore them. Okay, and then you have the groups of kids, in quotes. So the people who were in the past, and how they came back in the present to who they let me just put it this way. This is a better way of putting it. 9 years from one event to the next, okay? During those 9 years, there's a lot of character development that happens. So who they were before changes, and they turn into who they are in the present, okay? So what kind of normal transition happens when you're a kid? Well, you transition eventually into an adult. But how does that happen? Adolescence, right? There's that middle period right there. Okay, so kids have their own kind of transformation going. However, the adults in this story, let's just say, once again, 7, Ace, and Lotus, right? They all have their kind of issues. So, for example, Lotus is kind of hard to like at the beginning. She's pretty selfish, in my opinion. She surprisingly doesn't connect the idea of her going there to help out her kid, right, with caring for, I guess, the other kids, relatively, in her group. However, she has a huge turn, right? She does a 180 where she shows her other side of herself. Why? Because she realizes that these kids, these people around her, were also in the same situation as her daughter. That's, I think, the implication there, right? Therefore, when she realizes that, she changes. She has a rebirth, right? She has a character change. There we go. So I mentioned before, and I hope you remember, that rebirth in 999 is shown through Snake being reborn, in quotes, right? Akane, who was supposed to die by fire, being reborn, in quotes, right? Characters changing practically entirely who they are, right? That is being reborn, right? That's a pretty common thing in literature. So where was I going with that? Then there's the idea of fire, right? Fire as like a cleansing mechanism, like being purified through fire, I think is the term. I'm trying to remember what exactly it is. There's also the root word fire, pyre, right? Piety, right? Having kind of like a belief and faith in something, which attaches, once again, to Ace, right? Remember how Ace, as an adult, because I'm trying to make this all connect here. Remember how Ace, as an adult, is described to be kind of like a devil, right? I mentioned this again. And he is number one. He treats himself as number one. He sacrifices everyone around him, including his former allies, to try to escape from the situation. He is the adult that the other adults do not want to be. He is the guy who does not face his past, who ignores all lessons from the past, and therefore he can't move forward, right? That's kind of the message here. You have to look backwards, learn from your past to have a future and move forward. Otherwise, you become zero, right? You you participate in a zero escape. Ah! Oh God, I can't wait to say that one more time because I gotta say it 3 times. Okay, that's how it works. Anyway, so if Ace is the character that you don't want to be, then that means ideally every single character goes through a rebirth, right? A reincarnation of some sort. And I think that for the most part is pretty easily proven, right? Clover starts out not believing in her namesake, right? But she ends up gaining that and changing as a person from someone who was actually going to kill a lot of people to someone who ends up bringing everyone together, right? Snake literally, maybe not literally, but revives. You're talking about 7. Okay, so 7 is this is going to be a hard one to prove. In my opinion, I think 7 is also a person who kind of has a change as well. He forgets his memory, but by going back to the past, he remembers his values as a detective, right? Or is it a cop? One or the other. I think it was detective. So his search within himself allows others to find their safety, right? He lives up to his namesake of choosing to choosing to place morality above the law to help others, right? So he does. I'm trying to think of an example of something that was a little bit more dangerous at the beginning, but is less dangerous at the end. So something that's very clearly evident that he has changed. Can someone help me out here, or do you not believe me when I say that that every character goes through a pretty obvious character arc? Let's see. I feel like that's really easily tied to amnesia, though. Okay, let's leave that alone. What else did I write here? Okay, done. All right. All right. So I've talked about number symbolism. I talked about the salvation, right? That makes sense because of Junpei and Akane. Their future was bound together. That's so not just childhood friends. They're actually like bound, fated to with each other. Actually, that's super cute, but also super. Okay. You know what? Let me just tell you a few impressions that I have of the story. So when I first went into 999, I was, like I said, really scared that people only enjoyed this because of its entertainment value, and there was like nothing really to get other than just a one-time ride, and I'm done, right? But I came into this with still an open mind, even though I was really nervous. And I came out of it having learned more about how you properly set up number implications, how you set up the language of numbers, how you set up multiple ways to solve the mystery for a different audience. So if you're not a mystery fan, you don't have to worry about that, right? You can still analyze the work as a person who's savvy of games, actually. If you are aware of game mechanics, this game is perfectly fine for you. You can solve this mystery purely through its game mechanics. And I even used that several times to explain my ideas, right? For the most part, I think I approached this game and its mystery by checking its ideas, trying to see where the end result would be, and I had just a huge brain fart. It's kind of late. Checking the result, where it would be, and using my awareness of the medium. That was the way I solved it. I'm not sure how you guys did it, but it felt really nice. It felt very nice in a mystery to be able to follow where it went, and to still have the excitement of being pushed along the adventure as if I were also running towards the end goal, right? So I did remember mentioning this before, but let's see. This was one time we reached the 9. This was another time we reached the 9, I believe, and this is the final 9, right? So as you are experiencing the story, you're also finding the possible exits, but you're cut out until the end. So once again, if 9 is the future, 6 is going backwards, and there is I'm actually really sure what the center is supposed to be here. You're representing past, present, and future, obviously, right? And so the 3 doors can also represent that as well. Is there anything else I want to mention? How about this? I'll take any questions that you have in the chat. I'll give it like 10 minutes, and I'll see if I can move forward. I think I've almost said everything already that I thought about this. For the most part, it layers its writing by by borrowing symbolism from numbers, by giving a different way of interpreting the mystery, multiple ways actually, using language to help identify intentions of characters. It borrows mythology to give you an idea. Pretty much, one of the main things I loved about this story was that what would normally be something as a one-off kind of reference, a one-off kind of, how do I say this? A one-off kind of symbolism or meaning isn't really the case, right? Oh shit, cool, we get to see number 8. It's infinity, right? And then we're done. No, it's really buried deep into the DNA of this story, right? One thing, 0, can mean so much more. 9 can mean so much more. 1 can mean so much more. And these numbers are buried into these characters. And for something that seems insignificant at first to actually come out, helping you see the bigger picture, that is something I did not expect in 999. So, would I recommend this to someone else? Fuck yeah, I would, right? Not only is it entertaining, if you want to dive deeper into the story, you easily can. It's actually pretty fun to do so. All right, so I have a few questions in the chat. Let's see what it was. Who is your favorite character? My favorite character? I would say either Junpei or Clover or June. They're all like the top 3 characters that I really like. I'm a little biased, I think, for that because I thought the Junpei June dynamic was just so corny, but I couldn't stop smiling. I love that shit pretty badly. And then their fates are intertwined, right? Like you can't say one about the other. They have a fate together. Oh my god, it's like I'm watching a rom-com or some shit. Oh yeah, I love that. So yeah, I love those characters. Would you recommend it to someone as their first VN? Yeah, sure. Why not? Because I want to change people's perceptions of VNs of just being a long drudging read with. What is a negative perception of VN that I would like to change? Well, there's several actually, which I hope don't exist in the future. But one of them is that they're just books. That's one of the things I would like to change. I would like to inspire an audience to understand that it's a medium with a lot of aspects going into it, right? Music, voice acting, visuals, obviously the writing, the interactivity, depending on the visual novel. And that adds to an experience that is more than the sum of its parts, right? You can get a lot with that. What's wrong with books? Nothing is wrong with books. I'm a freaking nerd, right? I studied books, dog. But the negative perception is people might just think of it's just a book, right? Whatever that means. Let's see. What are my thoughts on Ace? So I'm still not ready to say he's like the best villain, and I'm kind of concerned that in the future that Uchikoshi only has villains who have like mental problems because I don't want to have that negative stereotype attached to people who are suffering from mental illness, right? I've only seen 2 works that I recall where the villain had a mental illness. It does bring up the idea of whether those characters can be saved. At least it did in Somnium Files. And it came out with a really positive message, in my opinion, regarding that. But with this, I wasn't too happy about like seeing Ace pretty much from the get-go being pretty inhuman, right? I don't think I need to go too deeply into that. Let's see. So after 99 came out and people played through it, everyone had a huge debate on whether Akane was a good or bad person. What's your thoughts? So I guess people would question whether it was ethical to put people through the exact same situation so they could save her. So people might see that as selfish. What would my argument be against that? So someone's saying that Akane is selfish and that by putting people into a zero escape situation, they are being traumatized or something like that. Okay. I guess the argument would be that the situation that she presents to that group. Okay, so you have to change the argument away from revenge. It was certainly more than that. Character renewal, character rebirth. I think I'll have to go down that line of argument. And then the thematic idea of facing your past to move towards the future. The problem, though, is that there's an implication that she actually did die. And to give her the future that she wanted, I think Seven had to lie, right? Or give a loophole on the way out. I might have misunderstood that, but I think that legitimately was there. But logically, that doesn't work. So for that to work, that means that she has to send information from the past to the future, which is what happened, to change her past. So it's like the reverse. Which game mechanic-wise does that work? I'm in the past, so therefore I'm at the start of the branch. I send it to the future. Maybe. Okay. So I'm not ready to argue that one yet. I'm not ready to argue that yet. Do I like Akane? Yeah, that's all I can say to you. I would also, in my personal beliefs, I still think Akane is a good person. So I would probably side on the side that believes that she wasn't bad. And I'll have to figure out how to construct that argument. Can I do it now? I'm sorry that I can't. It's also a little bit late. Okay, is there anything else? I remember reading that Uchikoshi started with the conclusion and worked backwards to see how to make it happen. I mean, that makes sense. That's how he worked on puzzles too. So I think that's kind of fitting. Okay, so remember the final puzzle that was originally a Sudoku? Not only was it a Sudoku because it was turned upside down, you had to literally twist the DS because top screen is Junpei perspective and bottom is, it's actually really cool. So then their perspective meets in the middle, which is, yeah, okay, yeah. That's a good example of the medium telling the story, right? Or the story being so attached to the medium that it's hard to get the same experience without it being presented in that way. But I think at least I got the idea. I'm hoping that other people got it as well, right? Without having that mechanic built into it. What are you looking forward to in VLR? Okay, so VLR, which I'm assuming is a sequel to this game, I'm looking forward to more perspective swapping. Now that Uchikoshi has used a lot of red herrings to guide my thoughts a certain way, I want to see if he can make a mystery in which I have multiple perspectives and still make it interesting, right? Because certainly you can have like unreliable narrators, and that's a way of making the mystery last because you can't trust the information that you're being given. But I just want to see him try to attempt a different idea with it. So as long as the work is filled with thoughtful writing, I would love to see VLR. That's mainly the reason why I want to read VNs in the first place. Koopa, what do you think of this Uchikoshi quote about Akane? My intention was to create the world's worst heroine. Really? Huh. But how well did that work out? She's pretty bad, but there's still some sense of purity in her, and she's also noble. I guess you could categorize her as a genius. Her motives are too grounded in a scale for an ordinary person to even understand her. So if he started from the if he started from the end, and then he was trying to finish the ending of the story to move forward, I think he wanted the duality of Akane being a villain, right? Because you have her design with the mask on, and how she creates this whole plan to put everyone in a death game situation, even though they're not actually going to die by remote explosion. At least they're not going to die by that, supposedly. But I think somewhere along the way, as he was writing the story, I couldn't see her as a villain anymore, because to me the crimes that Ace and his corporate company did outweighed the things that she did to force them together, right? You can make this argument by stopping Ace and his group, you prevent future generations from having to go through the zero escape, having no future, right? So I guess that would be part of my argument for why Akane isn't all that bad. I don't think that actually is the goal for what Uchikoshi wanted. He even said it himself, but that's how I feel about it, right? That's how I morally justify the character, I guess. Let's see. Kuba, did you notice that Akane had her fainting spells only when you deviate from the true path that saves her? No, because I had trouble remembering exact moments when she did that. I did notice that she would fall unconscious at very inopportune times, and that obviously gave me a lot of a heads up for why she would do that. So somewhere around, I think, here-ish, not my second playthrough, I started immediately thinking that, maybe this is a really artificial situation, and it's not to be taken at face value. And then that's when the meta thoughts started happening, and then that's how I started thinking about how the story was being told specifically through the medium, right? Okay, I think I will give myself 3 more minutes and then I'll call it quits. Let's see. Once she got out of the incinerator, she had to make sure the future she saw happen, otherwise she wouldn't have made it out. Okay, that's an interesting justification of it, and I believe it. I mean, if you were in her situation, would you have done anything different? That's actually kind of important too, by the way. If you are in a situation in which you are stressed out and will do terrible things to one another, would you blame the person or would you blame the circumstance? Because even good people in this situation will do bad things, unless you think Clover is evil, unless you think Santa is evil, even though it's part of the game plan, and unless you think Akane is evil, right? I don't think human morality and humans can be turned into 0 and 1s. They're not binary, right? There's a spectrum. There's 1 through 9, including 0, right? That's an idea. Did you explain Santa's rebirth? Yeah. I mean, there is the adolescent rebirth, right? So, adolescence can be considered. I'm trying to figure out how to explain this. An ending of your childhood is what adolescence could be. It could be the death of your childhood if you want to be really dark about it. And so if their childhood ends when they're put into the zero escape situation as kids and then they leave, right? That is when they have to face the world in which they're going to become adults. And so that is in a way a rebirth, a change of character. Okay, Santa also considers himself to be either black or white in terms of Santas, right? Black Santa or white Santa. There was that idea as well. Then at the end, you realize that him dragging Akane out, which is all part of the game plan, he's not trying to hurt her. It's just, part of the overall idea to get them to realize how to find a future, how to break out of 0 and become a 9, right? Yeah, and he also wore black and white clothing. Yeah. I'm really glad that people got that message, because I get really bothered when people try to define human morality too simply. I think it's really important to engage in works where you don't feel comfortable, that your feelings about some character or some situation makes you doubt yourself and then think about it more so you can come to terms with why you feel that way. And that, I think, is one of the ideal positives of these types of stories, right? Sure, characters kill themselves. Sure, characters are in very stressful situations, but they are doing that, not necessarily you. You get to see how they act. You get to see how the worst of humanity and the best of humanity can come from the situation. And then you need to judge it for yourself, right? Again, good people can do bad things, right, given the circumstance. So if you understand that, then you understand that people are not necessarily given a +9 additional stat bonus to morality upon birth, okay? Like, people can change very heavily given the scenario, and there's been tests. I mean, actually, isn't the Stanford prison experiment considered disproven now? I'm trying to remember. I had to read an article about that. But at least at one point, the Stanford prison experiment was considered a very valid experiment to prove that, hey, if humans are put into a bad situation, they would be inhuman. So, yeah. So whether that was true or not, I still believe, at least in the idea that, I don't know, power corrupts. Shitty situations produce shitty options for people, and people will do that. It's to me, that's like not rocket science. That to me is something that I believe in, and that's why I want to treat others in a way that shows that I understand that people are not binary. You know. Which pseudoscience theory resonated most with you? Like lock socks or brains that monitor things? Which pseudoscience thing I found that most interesting? I think morphogenic fields. And the reason why I say that is it's not like I haven't seen that concept before. I think because I was somewhat familiar with it, I almost anticipated it happening in this story. But I like the idea of people being connected, right? That even though we are our own individuals, that we could share an idea with each other, even though we're not like directly speaking to someone. There is that kind of like connection. There's that ether, right, in which we borrow ideas from, and it can inspire people to do positive things. That sounds really I think it sounds a little naive, but it's something that I want to believe in, you know. And I'm not a person 100% grounded by science and logic and rationale. I also like to be guided by my own emotions too, which is actually one of the key characteristics of Ace. He is not really guided by empathy. He's guided by logic, by money, by cold, hard numbers. Right? He can't see people's faces. He couldn't solve the problem of the past because he couldn't even remember the past. Well, I mean, he remembered the past, but he didn't even think, right, that Akane, who had solved the problem right in front of him, would have to do it again. He would have to do it again to get out of that situation, right? I mean, there's that. There's a lot of things that add up to make him a proper villain, I guess. There was an article I saw recently that talked about memory being carried down through DNA. I didn't read it, though, because I didn't have 12 hours on hand to understand it. I mean, that's fair. All right, like, some articles are heavily written in jargon, and, well, I mean, academic essays are at least that case sometimes. So, like, I sit through some of them that have information that I really care about, and I see this shit, and I'm like, what the fuck does, what was a word that I didn't understand? I don't remember because my memory is shitty. What does morphogenic fields mean, except in a more applicable jargon for whatever I'm reading? Okay. Anyway, I think that is all we should talk about for now. I'm going to move on, and on Saturday, I will be reading another visual novel. So let's go through this again. I am Koopa. There are 2 streamers in FinestKO. I stream on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and sometimes the weekends at 8 p.m. PST. I'm going to try my damnedest to get a stream on Saturday, so you can expect it with a 90% chance of it happening, okay? So I'll see you on Saturday with Raging Loop. And this is a visual novel that I'm pretty sure none of you have finished, because that would be really ridiculous if you did. So that means that we can work together to try to solve the mystery, and I would love to do that together, like working as a community to theorize the ideas of the story and solve the mystery sounds super fun to me. Like I can finally say that I understand what that's like. Their other streamer on FinestKO is Spirit Juice. He streams on Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays, so that means later today at 8 p.m. PST, he'll be streaming as well. So once again, if you ever forget when we stream, 8 p.m. PST for the most part. And we are a variety stream, in case you're unaware. We stream fighting games, RPGs, visual novels, obviously, etc. If you want to know when streams and events happen, follow us on our Twitter, at twitter.com/FinestKO, and our Facebook, at facebook.com/FinestKO. Those are the places to follow to know when streams and events happen. Discord as well does the same things as Twitter and Facebook, but you can also hang out with our community. Once again, tonight is the last night you can vote for the FinestKO sub emotes. So if you can join our Discord and vote in the sub section, that would be perfect. Okay, thank you everyone. I really appreciate it. I'm going to host the channel, and I'll see you guys later. Take it easy.